check. Probably not gonna use my my Sephiroth, not gonna lie. It's just way too slow, it's stressful too. Gotta really know what you're doing with that class. I'd rather just substitute it out for like my Star Seeker or something. If I even make it that far, I have a couple other characters I have in the guild. And so far I haven't really been getting beyond like 4 to 5 characters. So if I can get to like 6, that'd still be cool. Someone wanted to join the guild today though. Let's see. What's up, Zeke? Yeah, my sub is a sidekicker, bruh. I'm really banking on that awakening. Like, I just like faster classes in general, and then I like to play things. Even though I played DF, I chose DF before I knew it was popular in the server when I first came back. So I do actually like to play things that aren't that popular. That's why I'm playing sidekicker right now. That's my sub. How do you subclass change? My friend has been trying to figure that out since he returned like 5 months ago. So, there are events that give out subclass change tickets. Like right now, I can switch to subclass, but on the select subclass screen, somewhere on this screen, when you have an available switch out or swap out, it says like the number 1. Like it shows it as a resource, and you consume that 1 change every time you pick your subclass for the first time, essentially. And then when you get a subclass reset, which can be gotten out of like attendance events, the last one was in, what is this? What month is this? This is like August. Yeah, the last one was in August, in the 3rd week of August, subclass change ticket. So yeah, you gotta, stay on for an attendance event. You get that. You can use it for 1 character, and then it gives you 1 reroll. And then you come back here, and somewhere on this menu, it'll say the number 1. So you actually can reroll your subclass. And so for LaBoom, if your friend signed up for the pre-registration for LaBoom, he should be able to get a subclass change ticket. So that's in 7 days. Rest in peace. Guess he has to wait for the next subclass ticket. Nice, thank you. Yeah, no problem, bruh. No problem. I need to get started. I tried to take a little nap before I got started today because I was super tired. I work like night shift, but I started at 6:30 yesterday, so I'm already 10 minutes ahead at least. All I gotta do is get into the dungeon. And I got a little bit of food here, a little dinner, so if you plan on hanging around a little bit, just heads up. I might be eating for the next like 15 minutes. Let me get in here though, see if I can get as many characters done as possible today. Hopefully today I can get like the most done that I've attempted so far. Alright. What am I looking for? Today's episode of why my stats lower than they're supposed to be. Alright. Reset all these buffs. What am I missing? I'm missing something. Where's my... what's the last character I played last night? What's the last character I played last night? Alright, we set. I'm still 18 minutes early. Earlier than yesterday, at least. What's up, Alexandros? Alex. I actually need to go back and get that buff. You said finally? It only took 3 days, right? Alexandros. Oh my god, I just blew these potions for no reason. Whatever. Alright, I'm getting off to a slow start stream-wise, but at least I'm here earlier. I hope everything looks good on the other side. Nice. Imagine this in hard. Yeah. Yeah. Nah, I don't want to imagine this in hard. I can't even imagine it in normal. I don't think I've even tried this dungeon one time in normal yet, bruh, so I definitely wouldn't even want to imagine it in hard. I know if I tried this in normal, it'll probably take me 2 hours minimum. Like 20 minutes per map. What's up, Z? How are you? Oh yeah, you asked about the stream on one of the videos the other day. Welcome to the stream, brother or sister. Not really sure. What's yeah, I have pretty good memory, but at the same time, I have a pretty small YouTube channel right now, so I kind of remember anyone that interacts with it. What's your relationship with LaTale? How long you been playing her? Give me a little bit of background. Alright, Alex. Catch you later, bro. Appreciate you for stopping by. I'm a new player. I'm level 220 right now. That's crazy. You're new and you're 220 already? I didn't get to 220 until this year, and I've been playing this game since 2008. Granted, it's like way easier, but still, that's a pretty big accomplishment. Yeah, no problem. I really appreciate that. I actually wouldn't mind, I mean, I really would appreciate more as a new player if you could just like list a couple topics that you will be looking for, like answers to. I'm trying to stay away from guides right now. I'm trying to like, you know, just keep my content fresh for now, but after LaBoom, that's when I want to do guides. So LaBoom's in 7 days, just in case you didn't know. And because the way the game is going to look is going to change so much, I'm trying to avoid making guide-based content just because it'll just make it more confusing for anyone who's new. Off for 2 weeks, nice. Yeah, 220 in 2 weeks, that's pretty nice. How many classes have you tried? And yeah, if you have like a couple like hard questions, I probably can answer some here in general, but I'm definitely looking to make some new player-centered guides and just new player-centered content in general after the next week. So like starting next week, Thursday. Okay, so you're looking to know like more how to approach actually running the dungeons and like skill order, like actual combat guides. That's interesting. So yeah, I can definitely talk about that for DF over the next, I mean, as I'm running this dungeon. I'm eating a little bit right now, so excuse me, but I'll probably make a video about that as well, just how to approach, I guess, how to approach dungeons and actually just a rundown on, I guess, the mentality and then like the skill rotation. So like for DF, it's really big on kiting the monsters, and if you don't know what that means, it just means keeping the distance from the monsters as you're attacking them. And it's strongly built into the kit. So I generally start every interaction with the mobs after I lure them by using like backstep just to get the distance set, and then backstep specifically, if you use it twice it gives you the distance, but if you use it twice it breaks up the combo, because if you use it once you drop the 3 traps, and the 3 traps actually slow down the wave of mobs. While if you use it twice, they'll get slowed down, but by the time you finish the second roll, depending on the positioning of the mobs, they may break the gap. They may bridge the gap. So you kind of have to like pay attention to the scenario of how many times you want to roll, and I guess how much distance you have from the mobs. And then after that, you know, it's important to know how many mobs each skill hits. So you know, like if you mob the whole room like I've been doing and it's more than 10 mobs for the most part, you should be aware that when you attack them after the initial setup, that you're not going to hit every single mob walking towards you. So you have to be already in the mindset of moving backwards again. So essentially, if I do Oh, what's up, David? What's your character in the guild? Please remind me. But yeah, Z. Essentially, if I do backstep shoot, right, and if I'm in a small spot right now, and I need to get a good example here. So let's say I roll out, backstep shoot, then I start attacking. I'm not going to hit all 10, or I'm not going to hit 11 or 12. So I need to, whatever skill I do afterwards, I'm already knowing I need to move back again. So it'd be like backstep shoot, skill, whatever skill you use, move back again, use another skill, move back, use another skill, and then just repeating that, and then remaining aware of how many mobs you're attacking at once, so that you know pretty much at all times how much distance you need to keep from the mobs. Like in this situation right here, I got too close, so I need to either roll through them, move around them, use an invulnerability skill, roll through them again, move back around them. Rain weave. It's a little hard to describe as I'm doing it, but the mentality is pretty much to always think about how you can keep the distance from the mobs before, and how you can kill them before they can get to you. And I'm a bit stronger than these mobs on this character specifically, so you know I'm killing them a lot faster than normal. But then like after I do backstep, a lot of times I'll go into the stun skill, so like golden shot, it'll stun the enemies right in front of me, so I can lay out a more stationary skill that isn't as safe. And I'm always using step back because it has invulnerability. And it well, it's not really invulnerability, but it puts you in the air, and most mobs can't hit that high. But just notice how every interaction pretty much starts with approaching the mobs and then moving backwards. And trying to maintain crowd control over the mobs as I'm fighting them. The mini boss is a pretty good example because it's actually going to survive a little bit longer. We're rolling through the mobs, predicting when they're going to attack, and then just remembering not to use too many skills and remaining stationary because DF is super squishy. And in situations like this, I want to do a double backstep to get my initial distance away. And then I recognize that like Gatling gun, it attacks really fast. So in most situations, the mobs won't be able to get close to you fast. So as long as you do a double backstep shoot and then you use Gatling gun, it'll give you like a good little break to wait for other skills to come back. Like I'm stunning here, just to set up, rolling back through because I'm close to an edge. Then I'm setting up for another Gatling to keep distance, and I'm not really getting hit much. Let's see. Rain weave. My bad. David, let me see if... Are you still in the guild? As long as you logged in within the last 30 days, you still should be in the guild. If you haven't logged in 30 days, you'll probably get kicked though. Yeah, you're still in the guild, bro. You've only been in for 8.5 days. As long as you log in for like, really once every 14, you should be straight. And then, let's see, Z said, there are a couple of skills using BP. Which ones to prioritize? Okay, so I'll show you my current build and I'll explain it to you a bit. You're level 220, so some of what I'm going to say applies and some of it doesn't. Hopefully I can explain it all while trying to be efficient at the same time here. So, the BP skills, so BP load, the way this skill works, you know, you're rotating between your different clips, and each color clip has a different effect. This green one I'm on right now is Golden Shot, which gives a critical rate plus 30 and attack plus 100. Anytime you're not using a Storm Potion or anytime you're not using like 100% crit rate skills, you pretty much want to be using Golden Shot because it's giving me 90% crit, and crit damage is pretty much the most important stat in this game. So to have a 90% crit chance is pretty significant. So try to stay on Golden Shot at all times. And so in scenarios where you have 100% crit rate, you want to be on what's this one called, Still Bullet, because Still Bullet gives you 3 additional damages, like damage ticks. And if you have 100% crit rate, then those damage ticks have crit rate, so they're stronger than using Golden Shot. when you have 100% crit rate, but I don't right now, so I'm trying to always rotate back to golden shot to get my attack damage up and to get my crit chance back up. And then this middle one, explosive bullet, is really just inconvenient. It's not really good at all, so try to rotate off of explosive bullet at all times. And then Apocalypse is a memorial skill, which is a later game system, so not really that important for you right now. But the thing about Apocalypse is that Apocalypse only hits in one direction, and so it's currently a part of our meta, but I'm kind of playing the game in like future tense essentially. So people usually don't use Nor, but Nor hits in both directions, and it hits more times and more fast. It hits more times and faster than Apocalypse. So I proc 10 points into Nor instead of Apocalypse. But Apocalypse does elemental damage. But when you just compare these two, you want to choose one or the other, whether you want to go Apocalypse or you want to go Nor. And Apocalypse uses BP as well, so that's kind of inconvenient to be consistently using Apocalypse, considering it'll take down your BP, which you want to keep up as long as possible so you can remain on one clip. Since DF doesn't get his BP back, DF does not get his BP back by attacking, and like 99% of classes in the game get their BP back by attacking, or get their special gauge by attacking. And you want to be able to use total destruction as much as possible before having to rotate to the next clip. So Apocalypse is kind of inconvenient when you look at it that way. And then the last reason why you want Nor over Apocalypse is because when you get to Ascension 1500, and in the beginning of January, when we get the Awakening update, this skill evolves into another skill. Well, it essentially shoots down from the air, so it'll like jump in the air and shoot directly down, and that's pretty much a meta skill. It'll be a meta skill in early January when we get that update, and so you definitely want this over Apocalypse, because no matter how you look at the situation, you'll be getting this skill in the future anyway. So those are the 3 BP skills I would say to consider. And then Golden Shot is pretty much required because it's a stun, and you want to have CC skills at all times, because the later you get into the game, the more situations you'll be in where you can die easily. So you want to use a skill like Golden Shot and have it at max at all times because it's super efficient. And then obviously Gatling Gun is like the strongest skill you have, so not having that maxed out would be problematic. So hopefully that helps with the BP skills. And then in terms of the passive stat, you only want to go to 3 out of 5 here. If we were running a build, like a basic stat build, I run a glass cannon build, so an absolute damage build. So I'm only doing 3-5 here. If I was running a basic stat build where I'll have more HP than I currently have, and also I'd have more strength, which will make my steel bullet skill be stronger, because the steel bullet skills, it actually what's the word, it scales off of strength. Then you'd want 5 out of 5 here, but since Golden Shot is more efficient, considering it gives you that crit rate, then you're better off sacrificing those 4 points and putting them into something that's that'll be more beneficial up front. And so that's pretty much it for the BP section. Let's see what else you're saying. Also, there are legend skills having longer animations when you can't do anything but watch it. When do we use those skills? So Awakening 1, that's the one I just used. You pretty much want to use that one as much as possible, considering it has a it's like a safety skill. Like, it's not iframes, but you're relatively invulnerable to most mobs in the game. I know some bosses will still hit you, but most of the normal mobs in the game can't, and flying mobs can hit you as well when you're using that skill. So you can use this at any time. It's completely safe to use in like 90% of situations. And that's the first, what's that? That's legend. Which legend is that? That's legend, oh, that's LL4. Legend 2-4. And then this one right here. So this one, I guess, is probably the main one you're referring to. It is pretty dangerous to use, but it's strong. So the situation you want to use this in, I'll show you right now. Double jump and use it as like a descending damage. So by the time you come down on the mobs, you get some damage on them, you stagger them a bit, and then you may take a bit of damage. But you really don't want to use that in your regular combos, because like you said, it is dangerous. So you really got to think about when to use it. Like, I can use it here. I didn't hit anything. That was bad positioning. But hopefully you get the idea of like, let me not use this skill when I'm faced with a bunch of mobs. And then the other legend skill, Phantom Faust. This one attacks really fast. It does a lot of damage and a lot of attacks really fast. So if there are 10 mobs in front of you, I'd say it's a good finisher. So I'd say if you're doing any combo, any skill combo, and this is terrible for me to do this right there. I probably would have died there if I was new to this dungeon, but I've ran it almost 100 times by now, so it's not that big of a deal for me. But in most situations, I wouldn't want to use the Awakening 1 skill with a bunch of mobs standing like that. So that's poor use right there, but can't be perfect. But with Phantom Faust though, you want to use it as a finisher. So let's say it's like 10 to 15 mobs in front of you, and you just finish your combo, and they aren't directly on top of you. It's a good way to cut a good 25 to 30% of a mob's HP down. But I wouldn't use it to start off a combo, because like you said, it is dangerous. And it'll leave you stationary if you're using it at the beginning of a skill rotation. So save it for like the end of a combo. And also, which one is Phantom Faust? Phantom Faust isn't is it a legend skill? No, Phantom Faust isn't a legend skill. That's the Infinity. Yeah, Phantom Faust is an Infinity. So I guess I just gave you some tips on that. Phantom Faust is an Infinity, which is a pretty much your strongest skill out of all of these, and has the longest cooldown out of your base skills. But so yeah, I guess that's just Awakening 1 and Awakening 2. So Awakening 2, use at any time, and Awakening 1, try to only use it in the air as you're descending. And then let's see. Okay, yeah, no problem, bro. I played this game like all day, so if I didn't have information about the game as I'm playing it, that would be problematic. But I appreciate it for real. Another thing, the two main legend skills, like Legend 1 and then Legend 2, we'll call them, well, L7s. So the terminology is L7. It's you name them based off of where they are in the legend tree. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. L7 and then LL7. These skills, they give you damage mitigation. So in most case scenarios, they're generally just safe to use because you have 40% damage mitigation. So you'll be tankier than using any other skill you have besides Rampage with shields. So Rampage has double shields actually, so you'll pretty much always be safe using Rampage. But in terms of using the two legends, the two L7s, you can pretty much use them at any time. Granted, you're not completely safe from dying, but you are tankier than normal. And they're essentially meant to be like think of them as like finishers or special moves. And they have the largest hit count and the largest amount of targets. So think of them as like a get out of jail free card essentially. It's like if you're surrounded by a bunch of mobs and you need to get some extra tankiness while simultaneously clearing at least half of a large mob pool, they're just really good options. Yeah, but hopefully I'm about to die here. Oh, good, got out. That skill will kill me no matter what class I'm playing. But yeah, hopefully that helped you a lot. I'm 8 minutes out from 638, so I'm still doing better than I was doing yesterday, even with that little explanation. But yeah, let me know if you have if there are things that I probably couldn't answer as much in depth here. Just definitely drop those questions for ideas, and I'll definitely look forward to making absolute videos around them. I probably could just clip some of this stream for the DF stuff I just showed you though. Man, I cleared that so fast. This is probably one of my fastest runs, and I stopped to explain some mechanics. Yeah, I got you, bro. So David, it is 100% possible to play this game without spending any money. If you watch one of my most recent videos, the types of players in LaTale, the hardcore player who's significantly stronger than I am, and he's much further in the game than I am, and he's actually like my go-to person for information. He has not spent any money on this game, and he's significantly more accomplished in his game than I am. So it's 100% possible. Just take a look at some of the things he was saying in that video, take some notes on it, and just keep in mind that this is a Korean MMORPG. So if you don't spend any money, all that really does is, I wouldn't say it does anything negative. It's more so when you think about spending money, just think about it from the standpoint of this is going to decrease how long something takes. Like all spending money in this game does is make things faster, right? It's not really even like a situation where you spend money and it's like I can beat more content than the other person. It's more so if it takes me 20 minutes to do this without spending money, the person who spent a certain amount of money is going to complete this 10 to 15 minutes, maybe 10 to 5 minutes faster than I did. That's really the only big difference. And they may have an easier time surviving under most circumstances, but to be completely honest, there's not really any time in this game where you can't survive if you just decide not to, if you are playing the game without trying to mob the entire map, like, and lure the entire map. So like every skill you have in most classes, it has a target count. If you look at the bottom of every skill description, a target count of 10 to 12 mobs. So as long as you aren't going over your target count, no matter where you are in the game or how strong you are, you really shouldn't have too hard of too big of a problem or hard of a time in the dungeon. It's just more so someone who spends may be able to actually take on a large amount of mobs and survive it with a higher probability. But simultaneously, you can always farm easily to the extent of buying the items, the cash items from other players, right? LaTale has an economy that's really reflective of being able to spend the in-game currency to buy the cash currency from other players, and it's a couple ways that can be approached. But once again, if you just check out that video, listen to what PTSD were saying in the interview section, you'll get a pretty good idea about how, as a free-to-play player, you can approach the game and still get as far and compete essentially stat-wise with players who do spend. Yeah, Archmage is just a really bad class. I'll just tell you that up front. Currently, in the current game, it isn't designed well. But simultaneously, though, David, you're like level 80, so you haven't really stepped into the game. You're really in the tutorial. The real game doesn't, like, the 1 through 200 is kind of a tutorial, and 200 through 235 is like preparing you for the real in-game loop, which will be the vast majority of your time. So you're dying because you're just new to the game, bro. Like, to be completely honest, and that's just normal. There's nothing wrong with that. But I'll let you know right now that Archmage isn't a good class. It is under-equipped on the utility side and the survivability side. But I'm sure because you're new, you're probably also just missing out on some pretty common things that can keep you alive, for lack of better words. But David, since you're new as well, I really would appreciate if you just drop some of those harder questions, like what kind of videos you'd be looking for as a new player. Because once again, when LaBoom comes out next week, I'm looking to cover a lot of new player content so that new players have a strong idea of how they can progress through the game and have a strong understanding of how far it is they can get without spending or with spending, or just how to approach the game in general. Because LaTale is kind of like it's kind of like the Dark Souls of 2D Korean MMOs, right? Like it looks cute on the surface, but you'll see when you go up against a couple stronger mobs, when you flinch, like you really can't move, and it's like you get punished if you don't understand how the stats in the game work, and you get punished if the mobs around you are too strong. And then Z, I see a couple guys. What's up, Keem? What's up, Zeke? I see a couple guys talking. Z, just to run that back by you quickly, bro. 1, 2, 3. So I'll show you right now. If you look up at my combo bar, I'm gonna do backstep shoot. 1, 2, 3, and it resets. So I can essentially do this all day. 2, 3. And this is really just like an option for the... This is an option for like more laid-back playstyle. And if you're only mobbing or luring 10 mobs at once, you'll pretty much never have a problem doing this. And it's just an option to play the game a little bit more lax. And it's just a good mechanic in general if you're, let's say you're in some different situations where, you know, maybe you're attacking like this, and you just keep using backstep shoot to keep kiting the mobs. So that's really all that is, Z. It's between backstep shoot and the spray down. Hopefully that answers your question. Keem said, yeah, David said the cast range of theirs are so short. Yeah, Archmage is not the best, bro. Cardmaster is a way better version of Archmage, 1000%. Keem's 1000% right about that. Zeke said, I hate that we still got to use pet chargers and all the pets are too damn expensive. I feel you on that, Zeke, but to be honest, if you play the game actively, like, and by actively, I really mean like every other day, 2 hours a day, you know, you start getting into like playing different characters a lot. The game gives enough pet chargers for you to not have to rely on the rely on the cash aspect of it. And then we have this new event that's pretty much permanent that also gives the pet chargers. So I feel you on that, and part of the reason why I couldn't play the game actively until this year is because every time I come back to the game, I have so many pets. I always feel like, yo, I don't have enough pet chargers to play. Like I'm not going to be able to play. Like I'm being essentially punished for having pets. But the only reason I felt like that, though, I realized is because I wasn't planning on actually playing the game actively, though. So like, look at this. I'm just opening up my event. If I just my event attendance, if I just play the game, there are so many ways the game gives free pet chargers. Like here's another 4 a couple months ago. Here's 1, 2, 3. Here's 5 for this month. Right? These are just free. The game gives out free pet chargers a lot. And then you can, pet charges are pretty cheap. So if you just play the game every other day and you Ely farm, you should be able to get enough Ely to buy the pet charges from other players as well. So I definitely feel you on like the timed items and all that, but it's really only a hassle if you're playing the game like twice a month. You know what I mean? You're playing for like a week in a month and you're splitting up the days. Then it feels like you're not. It feels like you're being punished because all your things are expiring. But the thing is, it's a Korean MMO. Korean MMOs are kind of built around the concept of timed items having an impact on your gameplay. But at the same time, there's a variety of ways to get them for free. Like, I got 27 30 day, and then I got 10 30 day. I believe I got these 10 from like a cash source, so let's ignore these. But these other 27, these all came from the game. So these came from like making new characters and doing the quest lines, because the quest lines give out a bunch of these. I don't have the exact numbers, but I know, for example, you make a new character, get it to 235. By the time you get to 235, you'll have about 60 red spots. And then there's you'll have like a couple hundred Abio codes. There are just a couple systems in the game that seem like they're unfair, but if you play the game at a certain rate, you'll get those things free consistently where you won't even notice them as problems. Like playing these last five months have really shown me that there's a lot of giveaway stuff within the game that I wasn't aware of because I never played the game more than a couple days straight at a time. But I need to really get into this next class, so let me do that. Hopefully I got everything transferred. What's up, Amir? Yeah, I can always make room in a guild. My guild is really centered around new players or returning players. So as long as you log in, you know, for right now, every like 2 to 3 weeks. But after a couple months from now, it'll be like once a month. You're pretty much good. So just whisper me in game or let me know. It's a lot going on in the stream, so a little hard for me to add somebody to the guild right now. But if you whisper me in game, I got you. Alright, let me play somebody else. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. If I can get these 6 characters done today, that'd be great. was watching a video of a Korean LaTale player this morning, and they made this class look super good. I mean, but clearly I have no idea how to play anything other than the explorers, so I don't know if Z's still here, but another thing, Z, and probably David too, if David's still here, for the new players, if you stay in the mentality of never staying still, you'll pretty much be good in this game. Like I'm going to try to play like that now. Sometimes I get lazy with it, but as long as you're really always moving, always dashing, try to play a little bit fast paced, you'll be fine. Because a lot of the difficulty with the game really just comes down to you getting stun locked. And it's really like flinched, because I can't really say stun locked anymore, because back in the day it was more so stun locked, but now the game actually has a stun in it. You like mobs can actually stun you, and you'll be stunned in a spot for a while. You can't use any skills. But when you get like flinch locked, that's really when how you end up dying. And the way to get out of that is to use skills that have knockback resistance. So like these dashes have knockback resistance. And then I have this aerial skill has knockback resistance, but those pretty much get you out of flinch lock if you're being hit and you feel like you can't move. But as long as you're staying mobile in general, you'll pretty much stay alive under most situations. So like after every skill, every other skill, just make sure you're moving around, because the mobs are just going to hit where they think you are, and so if you're moving around, they'll generally miss at least half of their attacks. And then later in the game, a lot of their attacks get faster, so you also got to get faster. Now, I don't understand Korean, but I'm pretty active in the LaTale Discord, where there's a lot of other players who know way more about the game than I do, and I ask a lot of questions. And then simultaneously, I follow some Korean players on YouTube, and if you have the Google Translate plugin, you can like hover over some of the words and it'll translate it right in front of you, rather than having to like copy and paste the entire sentence and put it into Translate. So I just do that a lot. But as a new player, a lot of that's going to be hard to understand, because there's still a bunch of systems in the North American version of the game that you don't understand. So trying to follow Koreans isn't probably the best advice, which is why I'm trying to make more content for newer players on our version. I know someone just whispered me. I didn't have time to see that. Yeah, I'm gonna get you a spot. Give me a second after I leave out of here. Whisper me again. Who's that, Amir? Yeah, whisper me again as soon as I leave out of here, so I can switch over to my other character and get you a spot. This character doesn't have any guild permissions, because most of the characters I'm playing for this stream and the streams for the last 2 days and the next 2 days are characters that I don't normally play. I'm just playing them so I can keep farming this dungeon over and over again, since it's only 1 entry per day. Oh my god, I almost died. I'm getting better at playing this dungeon though, because the first day was super rough and then yesterday was decent. But I'm getting better at playing this on different characters. I'm definitely might. Oh, I survived. Nice. What's still alive? Oh, what's up, Saint? Yeah, LaTale music is next level. I heard Saint Pablo makes some it's like a hip hop artist. He uses LaTale instrumentals. I'm probably dead. Yeah, I'm dead. I don't know why I tried that. I really tried though. I cleared most of the mobs, but is there a penalty for death? Yeah. So, back in the day when there was no resurrection, oh man, and I need to actually leave out of here. I can show you really quickly. Back in the day when there were no resurrection pots, and you couldn't revive in a dungeon or revive in general, you'd always die and you had two options. So you saw when I died, it said yes or no. And if I press yes, it takes me back to the stone in town. So I'm in town right now, and whichever stone I saved at last in the town, pressing yes sends me back to that. And then pressing no will send me back to a stone in a save stone in one of the like mini maps or like one of the interim maps. So just across the game there are different Irish stones that you can save at. And so I'm about to show you right now actually. If you don't have resurrection pots, you want to go to the NPC in town and buy iron wheels right here, and they prevent EXP and Ely loss. The loss isn't terrible, but then again I'm at endgame, so the loss to me probably just isn't that big of a deal. But I know as a newer player, you probably want to rack up on these if you don't have resurrection pots. But keep in mind the game does give out a lot of resurrection pots. I just don't use resurrection pots because it's a bad habit for how I want to play the game. But yes, rack up on iron wheels. They're cheap. They're just 50k Ely, and the game gives them out, gives Ely out enough where you can afford those. So I appreciate you for asking that, Z, actually, because I did not have any iron wheels. I'm probably dead here again. Yikes. This is what I mean when I say actual stun. So this is a pretty new system, at least to me, because when I was playing this game growing up, there were no mobs that can actually stun you like that, where you can't do anything. So you have to just avoid it. But generally getting flinched is probably what you're experiencing on the lower level of the game. And I have no idea how to use this class, so I'm gonna keep messing up. My mic is picking up my keyboard presses a lot today, I'm seeing. Don't know what that's all about. I'm using the Blue Yeti, just the cheapest one, the $100 one. I have like the boom mic stand, the one that hangs overhead, but instead of using the desk, I use a pretty big table, and so my mic, it can't fit, or it can't reach, I guess. But honestly, the way that this mic picks up sound from a far distance, I probably should still try it. Like try to put it over my laptop. I'm probably dead here. Oh my god. Oh my god. That confusion saved me though. Dang, a lot of people are on today. That's crazy. Oh, I'm dead. Why not team up with others for the dungeons? What's the pros and cons? Well, one, this game has like an active population of like 100 people, so that's a problem. And then, and I'll give you a little background. So back in the day, there was no easy or normal dungeon. There was only normal dungeons, so you didn't have an option. And so the easy dungeons gives you the option to actually solo. You know, just play the game solo, not have to wait for a party. And then you get less loot, but you get it's about as much loot as you would get if you did normal. So easy dungeons are faster. It's a couple factors that are at play here. The easy dungeons are faster. You can actually solo them with as a free-to-play player, especially. But even the pay-to-play players, or pay to win, however you want to call it, people who spend money, spenders, can't do normal dungeons, right? Like I spend a good amount of money on the game, I can't solo most normal dungeons at the end game level. But the normal dungeons are just hard. The game is poorly optimized. The community isn't large enough. The party index feature of the game isn't properly advertised, so a lot of players don't really know how to. People forget that it exists. And then probably one of the biggest problems is that loot doesn't get shared evenly. So it's a combination of factors, bruh. I think a couple solutions will be, as new players are coming into the game, if the party index could be advertised better. That'll probably fix some of that. And then they really need to figure out how, like, at the end game level, or at least at the level of the game where players are trying to get the most out of their time, they need to figure out a way for players to actually be able to get as much loot and feel like they're efficiently progressing in the game playing with the party. So it's a couple factors at play there, but it really just comes down to a simple statement of it's not really worth it. And the only time it's really worth it is if you're focusing on like EXP grinding, and so you want to do that as fast as possible, so you don't care about loot. So naturally people are looking to like duo grind or party grind for EXP grinding, especially in some of the later harder in-game dungeons. But yeah, as a new player, I'm definitely sure it'd be confusing why it seems like everyone plays alone. But also, the whole transition into like a dungeon running type of game is pretty recent for LaTale. Like there's been dungeons for years, but in terms of it being like an actual like dungeon rotating game, that's relatively new. Before, it'd be like you join a party and you sit inside of a dungeon that has one map, and you sit in that one dungeon for pretty much your entire day, and you and your party would kill the mobs as fast as possible to get EXP. But once again, the focus there is EXP. So obviously the more players, the faster, the better. But that isn't really the meta of the game, and so as they've shifted the game to be more enjoyable, for a single player, they shifted it to be more enjoyable in general, it kind of took away from the actual party play aspect of the game. But it's definitely still a viable option. I'm really wondering though, after LaBoom comes out, if the game will be stable enough for people to run normal dungeons and like large parties of like 4 to 8 more frequently. That's a big hope I have, because right now, if you go on my YouTube channel, I have a video called 6-man DTR raid, and in that video, there's like 6 of us on one of the near in-game dungeons, and as you can see, my game's lagging like pretty hard, and I have a pretty good computer, and I am recording. It's a lot of factors at play, but still, the game is lagging like that because of how many people are inside the dungeon, and so that's a major problem for a lot of players. Oh, I'm messing up here. Third LaTale? Wait, what do you mean? This isn't even the second, this is still the same LaTale. This is still the very first game, it just got transferred one time. But it's been the same game. Yeah, I'm farming. So this dungeon is the in-game weapon dungeon. And I know you're like what, you're around like 220 Z. So you wouldn't really be doing stuff like this yet, but I'm farming the dungeon to get the mats to upgrade my weapon. The weapon requires, it has 6 levels of upgrade, and it requires 1,800 mats to upgrade, and you get about 10 to 15 mats per run. And so, and considering the dungeon only has 1 run per day, it isn't really that effective to try to play this dungeon on 1 character per day. So this is actually this week is my first time actually running this dungeon, rotating it like this. So I'm farming this dungeon so I can upgrade my in-game weapon. It's currently +4 as of 2 days ago, the first day I started farming. And I'll probably get it to +5 in about 2 days from now. And I'll get it to +6 probably by the end of December, honestly. I'm not really going to do this again. I've been enjoying it, and people are, you know, engaging with it a bit, but I still have other things to do. And my weapon is important, but once it's +5, it's pretty strong, and it'll get to... I'll still run this dungeon once a day, regardless, on my main character, so it'll get to +6 eventually. There are just other things I can focus on to get stronger, so that I can start running this on normal. And on normal, I'll probably get like 30 to 50 mats a run, opposed to 10 to 15. What's up, Skylar? Yeah, the game is definitely still the same. I'm really wondering what... Oh yeah, that LaTale Evolve thing, that's just like it's just another like expansion update. Like, so it's kind of like LaBoom. It was just called LaTale Evolve. Yeah, Keem, you're definitely right about that. LaTale is very CPU intensive, but after LaBoom with the HD update, it becomes more graphic intensive. They actually make that transition to make it rely more on the graphics card, which is why after LaBoom, people have an average high FPS. Like right now, granted I'm streaming and I'm also not running my processor at 100%. I'm not. If you look at the top corner, I'm not maintaining 140 FPS, which is pretty much where I have it capped off at for this game. That's where my monitor's refresh rate is at. I'm pretty much fluctuating all around because of how unstable the game is, and then the variety of things I'm doing. But honestly, it would be doing that regardless if I was doing this variety of things. But after LaBoom, I'm pretty sure I'll be easily sitting above 200 FPS. I'm just going to still cap it out to 145 for streams. So it will get smoother. How does party loot even work? I'll show you in 1 second. So when you press P, that's the party menu in the game. You have a couple options. You can do ordered. So pretty much every drop, it'll just give it to the players in order. So the first bag will go to the first player, the next bag will go to the next. And I'm not very sure if it's even the bags or the amount of items in the bags. Like if it gives item 1 to a player and then item 2 to the next player. I'm not that sure. But I just know that I've played easy dungeons with people on duos, and there's been runs where I literally get no items. I'll just get the mats because of the way in which the items drop, the order they drop in. So that's already not really efficient because you're splitting loot. And then you got a random, which is, you know, random, and then free, where all the items drop at the same time, and it's still kind of random because there's no way to really determine how they're being picked up. The only difference there is if you turn off your pet loot, people can actually pick up the loot that dropped for somebody else. So honestly, it's just an outdated system. It's a pretty outdated system. There needs to be some system that oh, and one last factor, the more people in a dungeon on normal mode specifically is more noticeable. The more people in a dungeon, the more loot drops, which is where you get these situations called walkers. I hope I didn't die here. God, I hate dying in this room because it's like, bruh, if I could just finish in this room, I'm done with the dungeon. Yo. But in the late game, people will like buy walkers. They'll buy people to join their party. And so you'll see that in the server chat a lot. Not in the server chat. Actually, you can see it right now. If you're in game right now, I'm going to turn off my overlay. Right now it says, someone just said buying walkers for Sanctuary, 40 mil a run. So what that means is he's buying people to join his party for this dungeon right here. And I'll go to the guidebook. He's buying people to join his party for this 4-member dungeon. 2000 level 2000 plus. And he's buying like 3 other people to come into his the dungeon and not do anything. They're just walking through the dungeon so that at the chest at the end, it'll increase the overall loot. So he'll get more loot and essentially be progressing faster. And then he'll pay every player 40 mil each and I don't know why I just came to this dungeon. He'll pay them all 40 mil each so that they can so for essentially for their run, because you can only run it twice a day per character. So that's another way that loot affects parties. But once again, that there's a lot of conflict with that in terms of splitting the loot when you have 4 people who actually want all the loot. Hopefully that explained it well for you, Amir. Bro, I really hate dying in room 7 though. That is so inconvenient. That is super inconvenient. It adds like 3 minutes onto my run every time. The game really wants people to do the repetitions. I'm doing the legend skill quest involving the restaurant quest. I feel a little tired of the repetitions. So for that quest, Z, it's pretty ironic. If you had just done all your legend quests, and I'm not even done with them on this character. If you do all your legend quests and don't spend the money that the quests give you, by the time you get to those restaurant quests, you'll actually have enough money to pay for that. Because there's 2 options. You can either do the quest and actually get all the drops like the slow way you're doing it, which is probably super tedious and not fun, or you can actually just buy all the items directly from the NPCs, which only costs 230 mil, and you get like, you'll have like 400 mil from the legend skill quests just from doing it for free. So that's the optimal way to do that. There's a guide online called the Hold Your Hand Guide to Legend Quests or Legend Skill Quests, and it's a Google Doc. You just type that in, LaTale Hold Your Hand Guide to Legend Skill Quests. You'll probably memorize that by the time you do it on 3 characters without having to look at the guide. I definitely recommend looking that up. And there's a lot of legend skill quest videos on YouTube. A lot. Bruh. I don't know why I do this to myself every time I come to this dungeon. Going up there and just getting knocked down over and over again. Every day. I need those mats though. But I am getting better though, because I swear yesterday I was decent, but the day before I was doing terrible here on all my other characters. Yeah, it takes days, bruh. That'll definitely make you not want to play the game. There are a couple things in the game that at face value seem terrible, but honestly it's just the lack of information makes it seem like that. Like, to give you a quick example of some things that are terrible that can be done really fast once you really know the optimal ways to do it. For example, I'm sure Keem knows. I can do level 200 through 235. Well, I can do level 1 through 235 in about 8 hours of straight gameplay. And once again, I could probably make a guide on that. There's a couple factors in play there. So, and I do that pretty much by demand. I just have to feel like doing it. And then legend skill quests only take 3 days, and they really could only take 1 day, but there are some quests that are entry gated. But since we have times 1.5 dungeon entry right now, you could actually probably do all your legend quests in 1 day right now. So it's probably a really good time to make some alts and try legend quests and just trying different characters right now. And then there's just a couple other things in the game that seem super inconvenient at face value, but once you understand how they work, they're not that much of a tax. They still won't be fun, but they aren't as much of a tax as you may think. Yeah, I'm doing pretty high damage, but I've had access to this dungeon for like 3 months now. So, you know, if I've been running the same dungeon for 3 months and I wasn't doing this damage, that would be a problem. But also, I'm in easy mode. I'm not in normal mode. So it's pretty easy to consistently see progress in a dungeon like this on easy mode. Like, I'd say 3 months ago when I first entered this dungeon, just to give you some background, like right now this character has 560k strength, and this isn't my main character. 3 months ago I probably had 300k strength, and then I have a 11.8k attack on this character right now. 3 months ago on this character specifically, I probably had like 8k attack, 8k to 9k. So like, this is all just the result of constant progress. And this is the first time, this week is the first time I'm actually rotating it the way I'm rotating it. Do I use the legend active bus on Sephiroth? So you're talking about like Night Shout? Night Shout, and then I think Blade Master has a skill like that too, a Shout skill. Those skills are really important because they give you knockback resistance. And there's a pet in the game that gives it. This is a cash pet. You can buy it directly out of the cash shop, which is pretty convenient in comparison to all the box pets. But it gives knockback resistance for 8 seconds. And Night Shout gives it for, I want to say 5 seconds of knockback resistance, and then like 10 seconds of damage mitigation. But yeah, those skills are really important in situations where you're fighting a lot of mobs at once and you're getting like flinch locked. Oh, I slowed him. Yeah, I feel you, bruh. Sephiroth, my Sephiroth doesn't have complete legends though, so I'm not really sure what they all are. But if you're referring to the red skill, Survival Instinct, that's a game-wide skill. Like every class in the game gets that skill. That's LL. That's the second set of legend quests. Legend 2, I believe, like 6. It's like this skill right here, but for Legend 2, which I don't have unlocked yet. I haven't started Legend 2 on these characters, on most of my alts. Yeah, this music here is pretty nice. This is where you really can see though. I would say for all the new players, as I'm playing these different classes, you know, I'm not really good with any of them besides, I'd say, my main and then my crossbow Windstalker. But really watch the boss fights. Like the variety in the way these boss fights go is a real teller of the class. Like Spirit Hero is really good. This is a really good class, I'd say, especially compared to how it used to be. But just pay attention to the boss fights, right? Like some classes will take way longer at a boss, while other classes will go through a boss in seconds. But I think that's a real good, like, telltale sign of should I play this class or how viable is this class. Like on my DF, which is pretty much one of the top 3 classes in the game, I could just stand still from like this distance right here and just shoot him the whole time. And he'll still attack me with some of the range attacks, but as you can see, I don't have to do as much dodging for this boss specifically, which is why I just like Explorers. Explorers in general are they're like the strongest classes in the game, but they're also the squishiest classes, and it just fits my playstyle because I like to jump around a lot. My main is a DF. You're about to see it in a couple seconds. I'm about to switch over, and I don't know if Amir is still here, but he was trying to join the guild, so I'm about to switch over now. It's a good time. Oh my god, nobody told me I did not take the quest when I went in there. That's tough. That's a real L. Oh my god, I just ran that dungeon and didn't even take the quest. That hurts. I came out with 2 and 3 mats, and like, oh my god. That's one of the only downsides to streaming. But I did end up having more than 10, which is a goal regardless, so I'm not that mad about it. That's tough. That's super tough. All right, I'm gonna rotate to a different class. I gotta make sure I get those quests first. I don't know how I spawned in on this character standing up here and I didn't grab the quest. That's crazy. Luckily though, luckily, I was still able to get those mats. What am I looking for here? It's kind of confusing looking at this, looking at the way this looks. I can't wait till all this stuff is like, some of these things are in the same menu. That LaBoom update is really going to be good for this game, man. People have no idea how it's going to make. It's these simple, small things in the game that really take away from the overall experience. They're not terrible, but like once you do them enough and you're trying to play the game on a daily basis, they become consistently inconvenient. And LaBoom is going to handle those things so quickly. All right, I'm switching over though. Oh, what's up? We got somebody new in the chat. OG, Ojiba, currently Ellie Farm gang trying to save up. I feel you, bro. I feel you. That's the wave right now for anyone playing to Ely Farm. But I actually hate Ely farming. Alright, I'm switching over to this character, my Terra Knight. Not the best. Probably should have played this a little later. I feel like I was supposed to show someone something on a different class. I don't remember. Let me get the quest first. Mic accidentally unplugged, like I don't know how long ago, but I was talking and didn't recognize that it wasn't working. That's crazy. Tough. I probably need to order a new cord for this mic. Always those certain classes, right, that'll make these runs longer and longer, bruh. And as much as I like TK, and I was actually saying earlier that I want to replace my sidekicker subclass on my main with TK because I think TK is stronger and it's just cooler. But right now it's too slow until awakening. It's way too slow until awakening. And Zeke, I don't even know if you heard all the bit I was saying about awakening coming out in January, but it's gonna make TK super fast and give it. It's gonna have way more mobility, and then it's gonna have some more summon skills, and the animations will all be faster in general. So they're kind of ditching the whole stationary playstyle. Yeah, in Korea it was a month apart, but the GM, he's like soft confirmed that we're gonna get them both in the same update, and one of the moderators on the Discord as well. So yeah, we should be seeing them both. And then he also kind of spoiled, I feel like, in this recent stream, where he essentially said it's gonna be like the first update of January, so it should be like January. I don't know what that is, like the 6th or 7th, in theory. But if not, then it's gonna be that 3rd week in January. Come on, bruh, this class. I'm really a lover of TK, but the way this run is going, bruh, I don't know. Yes, sir, we should be seeing those sub and main class awakening coming out same time. The current TK is such a snoozer too. I feel like people don't want to watch this. It's all good though. One thing I'm learning about this streaming thing, especially since I watch I don't know if you're still there, Keem, but his name is Power of Night. It's the Korean streamer. He's the really big Korean streamer. He has like 14K on YouTube. His stream, like he maintains a good 50 people, 40 to 50 people on YouTube. But by the end of the 6 or 8 hour stream, it's like 2K views, so people are just rotating in and out. So interesting atmosphere. Oh, I'm probably dead. Oh, that's the thing. I don't have my Pose Remedy. Honestly, if I had Pose Remedy in this run with TK, I'd probably be straight. I'm not using these the red first aid kits enough either. Probably holding me back. I gotta repair these characters before the stream starts. That'll make things way easier. I'll die less too and get more done. Yo, here goes the map, map 7. Notorious death spot. Let's see if this takes 30 seconds or 5 minutes. Yeah, I feel you on that. But at the same time, bro, like I've been preaching, I don't use red spots with my main character, especially. Like, I'm telling you, unless you're running normal dungeons already, I can't really attest to norm dungeons yet. But these easy dungeons can really be like outplayed. You can really outplay them. Even with our FPS problems and like stability problems on this server. Especially after LaBoom, when we get that FPS boost, where the game is running on our GPUs. You really can just outplay these dungeons, bro. You really don't need red spots. It's a terrible habit. It's super expensive if you start relying on it too much. Like a couple months ago, bro, I'd have runs like a RG run. I don't know if you ever get into the stream when I play my main, when I play DF here, but I don't really dom my DF ever. So I have runs on like DF where I just be dying left and right, like 4 or 5 times in each map, and by the end of the run is like I just used 20-30 res pots in this dungeon when I probably could have just played better. And then if you're luring the entire map like me, maybe you probably need to cut back on that as well. Because honestly, if I didn't lure the entire map, I'd never die on this stream. But then these runs would take way longer. But this run took 32 minutes. Even though that's not good, honestly, that's a record for some of these random classes I play. But I'm about to switch to some of my better classes, so this should start going faster. It's 8 o'clock. What, I got 2 hours, so if I can run 3 more characters, I'll be happy. If I can run 4 more characters, that's optimal. But I guess 3 more, I'll be satisfied. Not really satisfied, but it's like, it gets the job done. At least TK has some good range. I can actually like get more hits in before I have to run away. Dang, no level up? That's tough. 3 down, 3 to go. I want to get my Star Seeker in there today too. I don't know if I have the time. But if I'm good enough, I should be able to do all 3 of these 25 minutes each. Yikes. Yikes. Missing items. What's going on with my noise suppressor? This should be quick. Been getting good with this expo lately. As long as I don't mess up out the gate. Dang, that was pretty clean, not gonna lie. I'm in speedrun territory right now. Never mind. I'm also missing my pet setup. I need to get like a speed run overlay, some kind of timer or something. This is a very underrated class right here. X-Bow Windstalker. This is really underrated. This is so clean. I used to main this back in OGP, back when it was completely obsolete. Now, I don't use Timmy, so... One, by the time I found out about Timmy being a good main, I already had invested so much in, like, literally 3 other pets. But there's a couple reasons I don't use Timmy. One, since I build complete glass cannon, you know, I use all blue accessories, and I'm not building HP like in the slightest. I'm just building pure damage. I mean, with that logic, I probably should use Timmy, but I like Hakumi because, I mean, one, I rode perfect max damage on her, so that plays a major factor in me keeping her. But also that plus 30 movement speed, I like that a lot. I feel like it's super easy to die in this game right now, so having that movement speed is good. And then that basic stats just gives me some extra defense and extra HP that I kind of appreciate. So that's my whole excuse for that. But a lot of Korean players use a variety of main pets, to be honest. A lot of them use like Jirini. What is the other one called that I see a lot of them using? Bork. Jirini, Bork. And I can't really can't call on the others, but there's some other options than Timmy. Timmy just gives me that crit damage, which doesn't really benefit me that much right now, considering I can solo all the easy dungeons without using a lot of the stuff that I use anyway, especially on my main. So I'd be doing some extra damage for maybe a couple seconds more of gameplay that I'm probably getting back anyway from how fast I move. So yeah, I just appreciate the movement speed more than anything. And the fact that I can get some extra stats paired with the movement speed is a plus. I'm really wondering like how movement speed is going to work too when LaBoom drops and we can see the actual movement speed stat. Yeah, I've gotten super spoiled by movement speed, so I'll feel extremely sluggish if I take off Hakumi from my main pet. Oh man, that good, beautiful lag. I'm gonna call that the New Jersey. Oh, word, some more viewers came in. There's hella people in here right now. What's up? It's getting late, huh? What is it, like Wednesday, midweek? People are like, yeah, let me go watch some TV. Monday and Tuesday, you're really getting into the work week. Can't really afford to be slacking too much or chilling back too much. The week starts to wind down. You want to chill out a little bit more. A little tired from work. I understand. Welcome to the stream. Bladers use Jirini. Best way to explain is movement speed is a sanity stat. Yeah, definitely, bruh. Movement speed makes me so comfortable. And honestly, bruh, I don't know what it is about Windstalker, but like, do you see this speed? Like, you've been seeing me play all my other characters. Why is this so fast? I feel like this is faster than my DF. I'm really not understanding where this speed is coming from. This is ridiculous. I'm moving super fast. Is there like some kind of legend skill that gives movement speed for this class? I don't know what it is, bro. This class has some nice, like, base movement speed. That's why I can't wait to see when LaBoom drops, we can actually see the speed stats. I'm really wondering just how much of a difference it is on this class, because I am moving. Yo, that was super risky. I don't know what happened there. Yeah, I'm liking Windstalker a lot. And the crazy part about this, look at these runes. I'm using it, Ely farming runes. There's a couple damage things in here. We got some max, some stamina, some crit. I think the max and crit is compensating. Oh, and I got that 5% attack. But the majority of my runes are definitely not efficient for something like this. And this class is doing pretty good. Dagger Windstalker after Awakening is that good? Yeah, for real, bruh. That's what I'm waiting for. That's why I got that that's why you can see I have my little setup waiting for me right here. I gotta upgrade a lot of that stuff though. But yeah, Dagger Windstalker is definitely where it's at. Like situations like this, I can just do the attack where you attack over their heads. That's gonna be super good when the Awakening update drops. What am I doing? Talking and playing is so hard. But Expo is really strong, bro. This is ridiculous. I'm surprised this class is this good. Really goes to show that 2 days ago the game was the server was lagging like crazy. I think this summon is open a lot though. Razor's super underrated. But I'm doing this in like a fraction of the speed that TK run was taking. It's really competing with my main. It's crazy. Bruh, I looked over at the chat for like half a second. I looked over at the chat for half a second. And I look back and I'm instantly dead. That's the caveat with explorers, bro. Like, they're really fun. My favorite classes. Super strong, super fast. You know, they kite really well. But you get hit once and you're just dead, bro. I love it though. Keem said, I just wish Windstalker didn't have all that Ely grind pass, the Ely grind passives, and I want to do everything but Ely grind. Yeah, I feel it. But honestly, look at these legends, bro. It's like crit damage legends, big defense penetration, more crit damage legends. You got physical damage, additional attacks at a 5% chance. So this is essentially like using a what pet is that? Like using a Milky Way or using a what's the other one that does it? It's like Milky Way and I want to say no, not Whippy. Yeah, Yukina. It's like using a Yukina. So essentially on the legend skills, you got another Milky Way and Yukina. Then you got more crit damage, more crit damage. Oh my bad, I'm still on the same page. More crit damage 5%. Like bro, like there's just a lot of crit damage. These classes do a lot of damage. They're just super squishy. How far did I get? Oh, okay, I died up there. You gotta use like both of the HP auto gens. Even with pose, with the pose and the Star Keeper recovery kit, I'm still taking damage like crazy. Like granted, look at my HP, it's really low. Like my other classes are over 3 mil, I want to say, on average. And this one has significantly less HP. Look at that defense. It's like 5k less defense than the other classes too. Let's see, if I switch over to Dagger with a shield, it only goes up 2k defense. That's atrocious. Yo. I can only imagine how strong this class would be if I had an actual RG weapon at +3. Sheesh. Yeah, it's funny though, the Ely farming on Windstalker is super slow, but after the Awakening update though, with Dagger's really fast. And Expo is pretty decent too, but on the new maps, the new Ely grinding maps, it's pretty fast because all the maps are linear. They're just flat surfaces. Yeah, you definitely should. And honestly, I feel like that was part of their strategy too. Like they solved a lot of problems at once. They solved a lot of problems and then they created a whole new problem. Like you can't no life farm Ely grinding anymore, at least unless you have multiple accounts. And if you have multiple accounts, you have to get all your accounts to Ascension 2K. But they did solve the problem of like Blade Master being the best Ely farmer because of how efficient it is. Because now they made it so that the one class that's really meant for Ely farming can actually be used because of its passives and its buffs. Yeah, definitely. I wouldn't do it either. I have like 400 more Ely green rate, maybe like 500 on my Windstalker than my other classes, but I use either DF or Blade Master to Ely farm. I'm not gonna do it on Winstalayer. It's just not efficient enough on the current dungeons. They're just it's too much of a variety in the way those dungeons play, and then it's just so annoying having to rotate in and out of the dungeons with all the teleporting around. Hey man, 7 days though. It's funny, you know. This game's gonna be really completely different next week. Next week at this time, well, the game will probably be down for maintenance. But next week, tomorrow, for the most part, the game's gonna be like the stream. I'm gonna stream next week. Probably like try to stream as much as possible. But like we're gonna be experiencing a different game. Plays the same, looks the same for the most part, but the way it feels is gonna be different, and that's really a big impactor. Because people don't realize how much the feeling of the game impacts it, just in terms of just on a technical side, like the frame data and the latency, and then on like the actual quality of life side, like the minor things we do on a daily basis that make the game feel tedious or inconvenient. Like even when I'm swapping between characters, it's really like it's not a comfortable situation because of the way that the inventories are set up. Everything is going to change. What am I at, 1 death on this character? We're at 19 minutes for the run. I'd be done by now on my main. So I'm probably got like what, 5 to 10 minutes left. Oh, that was a fail. Oh my god, that was not good. Yeah, I was not active around that time when you couldn't right click. Like I played during the time when there wasn't an option, but I wasn't active enough to be swapping between characters like that. But back then, though, I didn't have more bank slots either, though. So, and simultaneously, I had less things to swap around. So, I kind of avoided that L. Oh, here we go. The Bears, where the death starts. Damn Bears. Yep, and there it is. Classic bear stun, bruh. Classic bear stun. Classic bear stun. That's terrible. Was it a black bear? Like these? Yo, no way! I thought I almost died again. These bears, bruh. Yo, that flamethrower damage is ridiculous, yo. Actually, I'm actually just now looking at the numbers of this class. This is hitting, bro. What is this? What's the crit damage on this? It's only up by like 100. Every line is like 300 mil. Then again, the TK was doing like 6 mil hits, but it's just super slow. It's crazy. You show somebody a video of this class 3 years ago, really? Really last year. Because we got a lot of these upgrades this year. They wouldn't believe it. A lot of these upgrades are from the Sanctuary update too. I'm kind of conflicted because I want to play Dagger Windstalker for Awakening, but I'm not gonna lie, I'm liking this X-Bow a lot. It's just so fast. Everything comes out so fluently. Sloth Bear. I don't even think I know what that is. Oh, I'm dead. I jumped down here with the black bears. No stun though. I got lucky. Super lucky. I gotta start farming that Michaela dungeon, Heil, to get my stun resistance up, bruh. That's really the main thing killing me in here. I thought polar bears were the most aggro of bears. I might have to look that up later on. Look at this. This thing is not attacking. That's crazy. It's like it was waiting for me to pick a side to stand on. That's wild. I need to find a gimmick to get this thing off this platform. Like, I gotta find this right now. Yep, there it is. I don't know why I haven't been doing that from the jump. I try to fight it up there, and then I spend extra time trying to fight it, and then sometimes I get knocked off and have to go back up. Oh, what's up, Kevin? Hey, sup, I got a question. So I'm a returning player, guildless, and I gave all my stuff away. How can I get back on track? Oh, man, that's such a rough question. Kevin, can you try to give me some more details? Like, how can I get back on track? Give me, like, your level. Yeah, give me your level. That's where we can start, right? And then check your gift bundle. Tell me what you see in your gift bundle that may be valuable. And maybe that's the best way we can start. Because that's a really wide range question, bruh. Yeah, but humans don't really have to deal with polar bears. Yeah, that's a real, bruh. Oh, Keem's asking the same questions. What level were you? Yeah, we need something to work with though, Kevin, like to give you an actual sense of direction. Let us know. What exactly did you get rid of? 235 Ascension, 160, and I got 16 pages of gifts. Okay, 16 pages of gifts. I'm going to guess there's a lot of stuff that can get you back into the game pretty smoothly. First off, do you have any like Ascension burning situations in there? Like any burning event items in general? If there's anything burning related in there, you can immediately get back on track, especially since you're only 160 Ascension. Everything you'll get out the burning package, if you have one, Ascension package, it fits to where you're at in the game right now, exactly. And then, if you don't have that, in 7 days from now, when LaBoom drops, there will be another burning event, and that should give you all the items you need at your current level to get back on track. And then it should give you like some gems and a good setup for another character as well. Yep, keep saying the same thing. Let me see what he says though. No idea what burning event is. Yeah, just look in your gift bundle. If you see anything that says Ascension Growth, it's like growth. Anything that says growth on it, that's pretty much the burning event. Scenic Errands? No idea what that is. Shining Errands sounds like one of those events that expired. So it's the 8th for North America. Cause you know, and what's up, Devon? Let me know if I'm saying that right. Is it Devon or Devon? LaBoom, it drops like CET time, I believe, and that's like European time on the 9th, which is the 8th for us. And pretty much all of our patches are at 8 PM Eastern. So pretty much December 8th at 8 PM, so 7 days from now. But the patch will probably take like 12 hours, so it might as well be the 9th. It's not going to be done until the morning of the next day. Pretty sure. Okay, bet. But yes, sir, LaBoom is only 7 days away. Get ready. Yeah, for sure, bruh. Check it out. And honestly, I would recommend, if you don't like it out the gate, if you're Ascension 1500 plus at least, I would at least recommend trying to get to 1500 plus, unlocking all your summons, and then unlocking your champs. And I'd say wait it out till like mid-January, maybe early January for the Awakening update. But for those who don't know, the Awakening update is pretty much going to be a new system, like a new progression system in the game at Ascension 1500 that levels up to 100 itself. And it's similar to Legend skills, where you get a new set of skills, except it's way more in depth. And instead of giving you more skills, it takes your current skills and it evolves them. And so if you just go on YouTube and type in like LaTale Awakening skills and find some Korean videos, you'll see there's a bunch of new looking skills, and it really changes the gameplay, increases stats, and just creates a new way to experience the game. But that part doesn't come out until January though. That's called the Awakening update. It's like LaBoom Part 2. Yeah, LaBoom Part 2 is going to be pretty big. Like, in fact, LaBoom is considered the quality of life update, but LaBoom Part 2 is the actual like content centered update. So the actual new content, like in-depth new content, but it's mostly for people in the later or in-game per se. But next week when LaBoom drops, we're gonna get a 2K Ascension burning event, so it should be pretty easy to get to 1500. And Kevin said, "Are the LaBoom patch notes? I want to know what class I should play." There's patch notes on the Korean site, but the best you're gonna get on our site is just watching the video, the LaBoom roadmap trailer, and it pretty much gives a general breakdown. And then if you go on the Discord, you may be able to find some videos or more in-depth discussion about it. But no, there's no official patch notes out for us, at least right now. Nah, they wouldn't just give it to us, bro. That's like months of, there's like months to years of gameplay for some people, depending on when they got it. Nah, you just it's a burning event, right? So I'm done fighting, so I can really talk. So between level 200 to 235, you'll get these quests where you have to fight some dungeon bosses, and when you turn in the quest, you'll level up faster than normal. So right now, let's say it takes me 8 hours of straight gameplay to do 200 to 235, but with a burning event setup, I can do 200 through 235 within like an hour or two. And then when you're 235, the same thing happens, except the quests are more spread out, and they give you a bunch of free gear that pretty much catches you up to the game faster. So pretty much it's like 6 months of gameplay shrunk down into like 1 or 2, depending on how you approach it. There aren't really any nerfs. They don't really nerf classes like that. They just buff other classes around it. It's not like the old days where a lot of classes were super broken, so they needed to be nerfed to fix the game. But Phantom Mage is pretty average. Starseeker is like top tier. And Popstar on the damage side, it's good, but in the end game it's hard to play because there's so many mobs and it's so stationary. And yeah, most of the classes will be getting buffs on the day of LaBoom as well. It's not a major buffing update though. It's mostly a quality of life update and a game enhancer. But the Awakening update in January, that's where everything is going to get buffed super hard, because all the classes will pretty much have. It's essentially like a fifth. If you think about it in a sense, it's like a fifth job, but it's at Ascension 1500 and it has a handful of requirements. Okay, 50K LTC. Oh man. Um, One, definitely wait till LaBoom comes out because we don't know what they're going to drop in the cash shop. Also, when LaBoom drops, they're going to increase the monthly spender prize. So right now it has 6 ranks, but it's going to go up to 10 ranks. So definitely save that, which means you spend $100 in a month, you'll actually get a prize for every set of $10 you spend. And we don't know what's going to be there. I would 1000% recommend you do not spend the money on gamble boxes though. Like you're way better off if you want to get some quick buffs. You're way better off spending it like just selling your LTC for Ely directly. That's probably one of your top bets if you want to like get some quick boosts, but do not spend it on gamble boxes. That's a quick way to it's just a waste. The rates on pets and gamble boxes right now is like 0.15% for the top pets, which is terrible. But to tell you what to buy directly, I can't really make too many recommendations. It's really account dependent. I'd say if there's gym flash sales, do that. Oh, and I guess that's another big piece of advice. Whatever flash sales there are, try to focus all your spending around flash sales. If there's any items in the shop that you really want that can affect your gameplay, they're probably going to be on flash sale eventually. So when LaBoom drops next week, look for not the patch notes, but the events page and whatever the cash box page is as well, and there'll be like the flash sale list on there. Really, if you're just coming back, you'll probably need almost everything that comes on flash sale, so just save it for the flash sales. And I mean, join a guild, ask people in your guild what flash sale items are probably the best to buy. 1000% buy pets, because most of the flash sale pets were at one point inside of a gamble box, so you can just buy the pet outright opposed to trying to gamble for it. Yeah, Keem's on the right page as well. Definitely listen to Keem in the chat. He knows everything about the game as well. He knows what he's talking about. How do I get those gem 3s? Yeah, the gem 3s, they come in the flash sale. They come in the flash sale. And I'm so distracted, I'm putting stuff back into my storage. Let me get in this dungeon. Alright, let's see. I got every pet but the Kina, which is probably the most important. Nah, if you have every pet, I mean, you really don't need to focus on pets at all then. What is the LTC to ratio? So right now it's about, I'll type it in game too. It's about 800K to 1 mil equals 1 LTC. But after LaBoom, honestly, bruh, the game's gonna be so active. I wouldn't sell your LTC for any less than 1 mil per. Because I don't sell my LTC in general, but if I did sell it, it'd be at 1 mil per. Because I'd rather just grind for Ely. Let me check the chat a little bit more here. Yep, Keem's right on the head with that. Make sure you buy all the permanent pets in the shop. 100%. But honestly, if you have all pets, it sounds like you've been spending a decent amount of money on the game in the past. I wouldn't focus too much on spending, because if you're in the early levels of Ascension, or even if you're in the mid levels of Ascension, there are just there's so many in-game items that you need to do and need to complete to really boost your damage that it will have a way bigger effect than the cash things right now. And then I guess for right now, since you're waiting, you could do things like maxing out your rep. Like I have all max reps for the most part, besides some of the newer ones. Oh snap! I got level 20 bounty. I did not realize that. I need to go mess with that in a minute. And then like filling out your illustration book. Right now we have a times 1.5 dungeon entry, so you can farm some things like some lower level things like illustration, elite dungeons. Yeah, and just you can probably like farm right now and prepare, because I doubt there'll be any events like times 1.5 dungeon entry after LaBoom drops. They'll probably be rather money centered. Yeah, people sell stuff in the auction house. If you use the server mic, you'll be able to get some people to sell some stuff to you as well. Yeah, rep is account share now. It sounds like you haven't played the game in a while. Rep is account share. Illustration book is account share. All 3 pages of it. Oh, you want to work on your champs? If you have champs unlocked, if you don't have them unlocked, definitely get that unlocked. That awakening event, the awakening update I talked about earlier in January, you gotta have all your champs unlocked. You gotta have all your summons unlocked. And then you have to be Ascension 1500. The other things will probably fall into place just by having those other 3 done. And now I gotta get used to playing this class really quickly because I have no idea what I'm doing. Yeah, definitely save your reset pots. Reset pots are more of an in-game thing. I would not use your reset pots until you're like at the point of the game where I'm at. So like right now, I'm running this dungeon on repeat on different characters, right? But a good use of my reset pots would probably be to actually just keep running it over and over again on my main. I wouldn't recommend using reset pots at all until you're at the point of the game where you really understand everything and you understand all your best viable options. So I just hold on to those, bruh. You have no use for them right now. I hate these ghosts. Yo, these ghosts really dragged us out. What's up, Z? Do people sell full loot runs? People sell all services. LaTale has always been a very service-heavy game. It's a part of the economy. So if you server mic or make a party index saying you're buying a service, you'll definitely always find somebody. And then definitely join the Discord, the official Discord. There's a channel in there called Services. You can buy any service you want, bro. There's going to be somebody that's trying to sell your service at some price. But I'll tell you though, Kevin, you're not going to need to do like Legion services, because when you get your burning package, I don't know if you have one right now, but definitely when LaBoom comes, the burning package has free Legion weapons in there, and it's going to come at a full upgrade. Legion weapons are like, they're 2 weapons behind the current in-game, so they're not as valuable as you may remember. Like right now, a Legion weapon is probably worth a couple million. I would not buy any Legion weapon over 50 million. It's not relatively close to being worth. They're outdated. Oh, but Z said, could I add you in game? Plus, yeah, you can definitely add me in game. I'm not on my main right now though. I don't know if YouTube still has like DMs or anything, but add me on Discord or drop your. What's the best way to do this right now most efficiently? I'm gonna drop my Discord in the chat. I probably should just keep that in there in general so people can ask me other questions with text. Because when I'm not streaming and I'm just playing there on Discord, I can help out way better. Let me see if I can find my Discord tag real quick. Yeah, add me on Discord. And we can figure the rest out later. The zone Discord is in the zone guild chat. So, you know, you got a character in the guild, you can see how to get into the Discord. Oh. But yeah, if y'all want to join my guild though, my guild is centered around new players and returning players. Looking to be a little bit more active over the next month. But after that, it's going to be more casual, more chill. It's a more casual guild. But yeah, I can answer a lot of questions better there. Other people can help you, and then, you know, you'll be a part of a good little guild community. So just add me on Discord if you want to join the guild and join the guild Discord. Just tell me that on just message me on Discord and tell me that. I'll add you after this stream. Yeah, there's a weapon after hell. So the dungeon I'm running right now is for the weapon that's after hell. It's called the Nightmare weapon, or RG weapon, Rosengarten weapon. That's why I'm running this dungeon on repeat, because it takes 1800 mats to max it out, and you get about 10 to 15 mats on a easy dungeon run. And it's a once a day per character dungeon, so you can only imagine how long that takes. I've been doing this dungeon for months, up until this week, where I've gotten I'm about to get 2 upgrades within a week, because I decided to actually farm it for the first time. Making weapons isn't as hard as it used to be. The only weapon that's hard to make is whatever the in-game weapon is. So like this weapon right here I'm working on is the hardest to make. But the other two, I could get you a maxed out weapon in minutes, bro. Nothing. Or like any other player, really. It's case sensitive. It's my bad. The M is like how it is on YouTube. But yeah, I'm looking to get my guild more active, just to make it like a real, like, people who play LaTale, just, you know, maybe 3 days a week active. Trying to get like a good consistent 50 people. Right now we have maybe like 15 to 20 people who are really active, but you can't really feel that community wise. This run is going pretty smooth though, even though I'm 14 minutes in. Oh no. Oh, thank God I got knocked down. Yes, good save. That was nice. I think the stairs saved me. They like knocked me out. Oh, I clipped through the floor. I think the stairs saved me though. This class used to be my main back when I first started playing LaTale in 2017. This is my main. Back when it had a Calamity Jane summon and it was super busted, but then they actually nerfed it because it was game breaking. But the game's so balanced, and it's not super balanced, but the classes are more, they're closer to each other than they used to be. Now granted, there's still some super top tier classes, but for the most part, the classes are pretty well rounded, so they don't nerf classes as much as they used to. Because back in the days, a lot of classes had like super crazy mechanics, like Blade Master had like infinite iframes, This class had a summon that pretty much played the game for you, and just a variety of other things. What do you need to sell enchant services? So first thing you're gonna need this pet right here, Great Hoot Hoot. This pet is in a fashion shop. You can buy it permanently. It gives +1 enchant. You're probably gonna need some access, consistent access to this title right here, which is also why I'm farming right now. Finger of Midas. It gives +3 enchant rate. And I have 2.5 days left on it, which is also why I'm farming this dungeon for the last 2 days and the next like 2.5 days. And then you're gonna need this potion. I don't know if I have it in my inventory right now, but there's a event going on right now called Pony's Blessing Potion, and it's a potion that gives +5 enchant rate. You're gonna need access to that, and it comes. Here's an example of it actually. You can get it from the monthly event, attendance event, or cash shop, but only in flash sale. So you gotta catch it. And then the last thing, you gotta have a character that has a rune. So you're gonna want to be 2K Ascension as well, and you have to roll the rune that gives enchant rate in your last rune stone. And when you roll that, here it is right here. You have to roll this rune in your last rune stone. So look at the probability of doing that, and it'll multiply it, and it'll be ×2 enchant rate. And that'll give you a total, all the things I just named with a couple potions as well. That'll give you a total of +19 enchant rate. And that's probably your best bet with selling enchant services. And there's 2 more potions. It's the minor enchant solve, and then like the enchant elixir or something like that. Achievement. I don't think there's an achievement enchant rate. That's craft rate, bruh. So that's like the actual crafting menu. That's not enchanting. Yo! I don't even know how I died there. I feel like I was doing pretty good. What is the stat reset book for? Well, it's a good thing I died, Z. Z, I would say don't worry about that until you're 235. But when you go on your stats and you hover over the stats, it says base stat. And each class has a different base stat, but generally speaking, physical classes have like a max base stat of 10k, and magic classes have like a max base stat of 10k. And so in the fashion shop, there's these powders you can use that decrease. You can use one that decreases one stat and then increases the other. And someone in the stream actually helped me with this the other day. And then so you put on those 2 potions, one that increases a specific stat and then decreases the stat you don't need. And then you save up a bunch of stat reset books, and you just keep using them over and over again to reset and re-roll your base stat for each stat. It's not the biggest damage giver in the game, so it's not that worth it, but it's something that when you get to like more in game, you're trying to get those minor stats that have a big difference because you have a lot of percent stats. It's one of those situations where it's worth it. So once again, I literally just did it last week for the first time, and I've been playing 5 months straight right now, and so it's not that big of a deal for you right now, Z. So just keep saving those books up, keep them on the side. It doesn't reset the stats, it like re-rolls them. It re-rolls which one is the highest and which one is the lowest. But as it's re-rolling it, it'll give you different values. So like, if I re-roll it right now, my magic might go down like 6k or 5k. But then I can eventually re-roll it to 10k. To my knowledge, max achievement does not give +1 enchant. But even if it did, max achievement is not possible on our current server because of PvP achievements. And also a lot of Korean players, if not any of them, don't have max achievement. But we can't do PvP, ranked PvP, so you can't get max achievement either way. Alright, I got 1 death on this character. I'm 20 minutes into this run. If I can finish this in like 10 minutes, that'd be decent. And I have an hour left before I need to go back on my main. So if I can get this done, I can get my Blade Master done. Pretty accomplished for today. Kind of behind on match though. Oh my god. Oh my god, I ran right into the mobs. Yo. Looking at other menus while running, that's wild. That's the start. How do I get evil armor? I think that's the first thing I should focus on. So once again, if you just wait till next week for the burning event, or if you already have a growth box in your gift bundle, the burning event will literally give you maxed out evil armor. So you don't have to worry about that at all. It'll give it to you for free. I don't have any on me right now. But literally just wait till next week and it'll give it to you for free. And if you don't want to wait, you do Frozen World. So open up your dungeon list down here. 200 through 235 dungeons, and scroll to the bottom. Frozen World gives you evil armor. And another thing too though, getting knocked around here, in the guidebook you go to items, you go to armor, you can literally see how to get any gear in the game. You just click on the specific level your range you're looking for, like Evil Frost, and then the dungeon is right there. I'm gonna make a video on the guidebook and just how it pretty much answers all the questions of the game. But I'm waiting for LaBoom to drop to do that, so that when the guidebook gets moved and looks a little bit different, people won't be confused about it. Yeah, these bombs do hurt. Even on easy mode, in-game is definitely super punishing. But simultaneously though, I'm fighting way more mobs than I should be. Like if I fought these 10 at a time, this would be a snore fest, because I would never die. LaDeck was removed because I don't know why. I can't really say the because, but I mean, I'm glad it's not here. It's not really good. Like, LaDeck was kind of replaced by gamble boxes, which does the gambling better. You know, in LaDeck, only 1 person could get the top prize, and then like 2 people the second best prize and all that. That's not really a good system, especially for gambling. But you know, with actual gamble boxes, which aren't worth buying still. You know, they're decent. They're a good spending item because you get so much from them. But if you're buying them for the top prize, you're wasting your money. Because of the gamble boxes though, where everyone can get the top prize, if you know probability rolls that way, they're just better over the deck. They made this map so unnecessarily long. I can't wait till LaBoom where I can actually see where all the mobs are, so I can do that way more efficiently. I'm dead. Oh, got out safely. Yo, I pressed the wrong skill. I was going for the which one is that? D? That one would have like did the air kicks, but instead I did the one that put me forward. Yikes. These alts, bruh. At least everything's at the bottom. I can just run right by it. So I've died twice on this one now. Nori is shared, so the actual like the character per character completion of the maps isn't shared, but the Nori rewards are shared. So like as you can see, like I have all the Nori rewards. These are account wide. I didn't complete these on this character. I completed them on my DF, and I still have the rewards. But in terms of being able to go to each individual level, you have to do that on one, like per character. But there's no reason to do that. Once you find a good class that you can do it on consistently, you just stick to that class. There's no reason to unlock it for all your classes. I didn't buff up coming in here. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yo. Okay, I'm probably not gonna die anymore. Now I got the union. Bro, that confusion is crazy. How are they hitting me with that? I'm in the air. Do I have a Discord channel? Yeah, I have a guild Discord, but I just put my Discord in the chat. You can just add me on Discord if you want to join the guild and all that. I can add you to the guild Discord, and then we can, you can talk to me and some of the other guild members, get better acquainted and set up, and then it'll make it easier for you to get into the guild as well once you have you added. Let me know if someone's still having trouble actually adding me on Discord though. I'm gonna figure that out. How many times do you need to do Nori before you get the reward? My bad, bro. So, I believe for all of these ones, not these ones, my bad. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. You have to do it 5 times. I think it's 5 times, and then on the 6th time, that's when you get the actual title completion. And then for these ones, this is Nori Season 2. I have a whole video on this on my page. For these, you have to complete these, and you get 10 title book, the consumables. And when you use those, you have a 1 out of 100% chance. So, you do it like 10 times, you'll get 100 books. Probably still don't get it. So you got to just keep doing it until you get enough books. And you get lucky with RNG. Like, I think like one of these, I got it on my first book, and then another one, it took me 200 books. Hopefully that answers all that. Oh my god. What are these mobs doing at the door? Holy cow. Spirit help request? What is that? No idea, bro. Gotta be a little bit more specific. Too much stuff in the game. Bruh, I looked over to the chat again for half a second. I swear that time it was not me. But appreciate it, David. There has to be some way to get like a chat overlay, so I don't have to look over to my other screen. If the stream starts to grow, like 10 people talking, Oh my god, it's gonna be impossible to actually play stuff like this. That's 3 depths though. I'm 30 minutes into this run. Tough. I should be done by now. I die over here? Oh my god. This is the room I died in, I think. I don't know what happened. They just like one-tapped me. This class is super squishy, but it's so strong. Oh no, the bears! Oh, here it is. Death incoming. Oh my god, I hate these bears. They have super armor, so I can't do anything to them besides just damage them and run. And they can stun as well, which is crazy. They gave the mobs with super armor a stun. It's a couple dungeons like that in the end game. Oh, but I can stun them though. That's the only CC I can do to them. Oh, this is where I died. Oh, I'm probably dead. Clip through the wall. I want to try that on purpose. It's like a glitch. You can clip through this floor here and go to the top. There it is. Nice. Nice on stream, but I just fell back to the bottom. Yo. What a waste. Oh my god. Did I master it? Yep, mastered it already. But I just keep going back down to the bottom. It's pointless. I seen like there's this Korean player that does like a RG speed run. She does it on normal mode in like 9 minutes, and part of her route is clipping through the floor. But she's playing like, I want to say Blade Master, Bro, I got stunned? No way. I'm so tired of dying. Alright, last room. If I can survive here, I really made it, because I normally don't die at the boss. But I definitely normally die in this room. What's up, Sebastian? Thanks for the love. Oh, what am I doing? Yo, no, I'm stunned. Come on. Oh my god, I'm out. No way I survived that. That had to be luck, not gonna lie. Alright. I finally got like an actual technique to handle this boss at the top. I really feel like if I learned this 3 days ago, I'd probably have at least 30 minutes of my life back. I don't understand how I didn't realize to do this months ago. Kind of normal LaTale tech. Wow, like, I'm really ashamed I didn't do that before. That saves so much time. I see a lot of Korean players when they do like speed runs of this dungeon in normal mode. They'll try to go up there, and the moment they fall, they just give up. I understand it though, it's to save time, but honestly, you can just run through the top and do that. It makes it so much easier. Now I used to spend like 5 to 10 minutes sometimes going up there and just falling down over and over. But with that little strategy, that saves a lot of time and a lot of stress. This class is so active. Part of the reason I wanna wait, what? Oh my god, I looked at the chat for 2 seconds, bruh. It's always when I look at the chat for 2 seconds. What's up, Kizzy Cash? Yeah, word. Our game lags a lot, really bad though, bruh. When we get that LaBoom update and we get that consistent frame rate, I think that's going to have a big impact on the game. Part of my goal with getting to normal dungeons too, though, is so that I can actually play these dungeons the way they're really meant to be played. Like the boss will be using all the attacks that it has. For those who don't know, on easy mode, the bosses have like less attacks, and like they're summoning less mobs. It's just a watered down version of the fight. But I want to get to normal mode so I can play the fight the way it's really meant to be played. And then I don't use res pots too, so that's going to really like heighten the experience. Yeah, you definitely got me killed, I'm not gonna lie, but it's all good though. I respect it. Welcome to the chat too. I appreciate you for stopping by, no matter how long. So it's all good though. I've been dying all day. I'm playing classes I have no idea how to play, and so I'm not even mad about it. Not even mad about it. No idea how to play this class. Nah, let the man talk for real. I feel like it's like an extra exercise to talk about playing. I will say this class is like the fastest at getting back to the maps. Holy, that took like what, 45 seconds? That's super quick. Yeah, I can't wait though. It's gonna take me, I really think, after I get my weapons maxed out for this dungeon, which is I'll get it to +5 by the end of this week. And I'll probably be at maxed out by the end of December or like mid-December, depending on if I approach this again. It seems like the stream likes this. Like, I don't know what this is all about, but maybe people just like watching people do repetitive things on different characters. If I do this again though, I'm thinking I'll probably be able to solo in-game dungeons on normal mode like early January. But I start a new job around then though, but it's not going to affect my schedule. It's probably just my energy. And I'm really hoping I hope that'll be entertaining. Because that's the real game. This is still watered down LaTale. And the stronger I get, the more watered down this gets because it's easy mode. I probably shouldn't have done that. And oh my god, please, 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 please. Come on, bro, please, please. Oh my god. Oh my god. Bro, it's the little things that stretch these runs out by like 5 minutes every time. It's 9:24. I have 30 minutes. Luckily, when I play Blade Master next, though, I'm going to stay alive more often than these other classes. But, bruh, that was such a mistake. For anybody new here, when you get into the later game, do not use legend skills or any stationary skill that's like a full map attack at bosses. That's just not, it's not a good practice. It'll get you killed like 9 times out of 10 unless you're just overscaled. You know, you're outscaling the boss, which I am outscaling, but for some reason that attack, even on easy mode, it always kills me. I think my HP is too low. I have 2.8 mil. If I had like 3.5 mil, maybe I can survive that with healing. But simultaneously though, I'm not using HP pots on my hotbar. I only have them on my pets. And I got some of the wrong pets on here too. But there's a lot of factors of it. But yeah, just don't use legend skills at a boss. It's just not a good idea under any circumstance. I got bad habits here. I've died that boss twice now. That's the first. Use legends after he uses the fire dot attack since he has a cycle 3. Yeah, that's a good point, Keem, for sure. That's what I try to do. But it really, if you think about it though, the legends, they don't even do that much damage. The real caveat is just the fact that they hit more monsters than usual. And then they have, you get damage mitigation. That's really it. If you think about it, I probably just have better options all around. I'm so tired of buffing up coming into this dungeon over and over again though. But I feel like this class is kind of entertaining to watch. Because it's pretty entertaining to play. Compared to some of the other ones I've been playing today. Bruh, please get me out of this. Yeah, don't use champion skills either like that. But, I mean, I timed it correctly. And I was out of his range. But this skill can be jumped over pretty easily. I just try not to risk it because sometimes the game rubber bands and I'll be somewhere that I'm actually not because of the latency problems on our server. It's just a better practice not to do it at all. I think after I finish this stream in the next couple of days though, I'm getting around to that point where I need to start getting better armor. Like if there's tiers to in-game armor, I'll probably have like some of this is B tier and some of this is like A tier. But I need to start working on getting this to S tier, so I'll probably start running the in-game armor dungeon on repeat, similar to this. Yo, no way. No way, bruh. Did I just... Oh, no, it's right there. Yo, I really thought I just decomposed my actual book. But luckily, I'm glad the game does that. They actually made it so the upgraded versions of specials can't be decomposed. That's a good game mechanic right there. I'm proud to say I play LaTale because of that feature. That made me super nervous. This is another reason why I actually don't like to farm multiple characters. Because it's super easy while swapping between characters to lose some of your gear. And that's a real vibe killer. Like, I definitely end up like taking a break from the game. Or quitting depending on which gear I lose. Alright, I'm probably going to get to like 70 mats, 80 mats maybe. Hopefully tomorrow I can get to 100. 90 to 100. And I still got the boots. It's my last character. It's 9:30. I should be done by this by 10. I should be done with this by 10 rather, and then at 10 I'm gonna get back on my main and do my dailies. So I did 6 characters today. Not bad. Good, let's do it. This is my least favorite class to play in the game. It's just so boring. Like, I guess it's kind of entertaining to watch because of some of the acrobatics, but generally speaking, you just press the same buttons. I trashed my gym once and Calico got it back for me. Oh, word, that's great. So I'm guessing it's like maybe like a log on your account that shows the items you got rid of or something. It's good that he got it back for you. Or did you have to like describe to him what the gym stats were? What I got. This gets unaffected by the trick I do that boosts the stats, so store straight on. Cool. This should be relatively fast, or 30 minutes at least, at most rather. Leveled up, yes sir. This class is so brain off. Look at this, this is ridiculous. I don't know why they thought this was a good idea to put into the game. Gotta like mop the whole map to make it interesting. Damn, the ghost. I hate these ghosts, bruh. Yeah, I feel like they had to put some kind of class in the game and that made the game easier for some people too. But at the same time though, it's probably just a remedy to the old problems with the latency, because I know a lot of people who are coming back are always asking, is BM laggy? Is it lag sense? Is it latency based? And it's like, nah, they fixed that. But part of the problem with BM2 though is that it makes the other sword characters in the game obsolete. Because of the way it fights. So it's like, why play any other sword character when you can just play BM? And there's a couple playstyle differences, like Black Anima. Well, not even a couple. Really, Black Anima is the playstyle difference. The other ones are pretty much just watered down BMs. This class is so easy. I don't even get nervous when I get in big mobs like that with this class because it's so easy to get out. 100% recommend this to any new player as the easiest class in the game. But eventually I feel like this is the direction they're going with the game in general, making all the classes play like this. It's just 2021. People don't want to be stressed out, struggling. Especially playing a game like this, a Korean MMO that takes forever to do everything. Oh. Messed up there. Yo, that was way too close. Hey bro, casual LaTale player here from a long time ago. Just wanted to say I appreciate the content you're making. Oh yeah, bro, no problem for sure. I don't know how long you're gonna be here, but if you don't mind, if you have any like specific questions as a returning player, I'm definitely trying to answer all those questions in future videos. I'm kind of slacking on videos right now because we're pre-LaBoom, and I don't want to like answer too many questions with this current layout when it's going to change forever. So if you have any specific questions, I'm trying to make videos around those questions for sure. But appreciate you for stopping by though. Trying to figure out some ways I can get some more relevant content in. Maybe make a video like what to do before LaBoom, or maybe what to expect from LaBoom. Those are probably some good video ideas I can do. Thanks for noticing for sure. A reintroductory itemization guide would be good for new returning players, how to efficiently use your time. Okay, for sure. Appreciate that, bro. I'm going to write that one down. I'm thinking about something like reintroducing the guidebook system, really, because a lot of people don't know this, but this is a saver for me as well when I came back 5 months ago. But this guidebook really does lay out the game extremely linearly, right? Like, you can see all the gear in the exact order, all the armor, all the accessories, the unique equips. You see every dungeon to go to get everything. Like, you can even see like how some of the systems work in the game, and people don't know that, but making videos around that I think would be very beneficial. But in LaBoom, the guidebook isn't right here, it's like over here somewhere, and it's an actual book. So I'm just trying to make sure I'm being as clear as possible so I don't get 1,000 comments saying, hey, where's the guidebook in LaBoom? Yeah, bro, look, I'm already knowing how you feel. If LaTale had this guidebook 4 years ago, I think this would be a different game. Like, seriously. Team, for sure, bro. They need to put the guidebook, like, in the tutorial. It needs to be like, hey, you know, a lot of MMOs, 3D MMOs, when they have systems like guidebooks, they have, like, an arrow pointing at it, or it glows a certain color or something. I don't know why they aren't doing that with LaTale, because the guidebook answers so many questions. 100% factor spinning, bruh. I might die here. Keep getting knocked down. Yeah, trust and believe though. HSTL, your personal preference is very relatable when it comes to like LaTale problems, because everyone is experiencing the same things. And as someone who returned 5 months ago, like I found out about LaBoom 5 months ago. I was just playing, I was just testing out the game again, probably how all of us have tried at any given time. And I asked some pro player for help. He was actually a Blade Master. I'm past his level now, ironically. He hasn't been playing for a while. But he had told me about LaBoom, and I'm like, what's that? And I went on YouTube and looked it up on the Korean site. Well, it was in Korean. And I'm like, yo, I can tell that this is going to have a big impact on the game. So I'm like, let me just play the game for the next 5 months, see how things go. Let me really get back into the game and learn all the systems, which is pretty much how I got to where I am right now. And then I just felt like it'd be a good time to make content for the game as well. Yeah, the game's fashion items are gender neutral. There may be, don't quote me, there may be a small percentage of them that aren't, but for the most part, I've been able to put on anything. So I've gotten like some dresses and stuff. Let me go check my fashion storage. And by the way, anyone that's returning or new, and this is the sad part about streaming, right? I'm trying to help people and I end up dying because I'm doing 10 things at once. It's all good. This run was going smooth and I'm still on time. I got 18 minutes. Anyone that doesn't know, by the way, in current LaTale, you do not need to be in town or talk to an NPC to open your storage. You can open your storage at anywhere. So I'm going to go back to the dungeon real quick. I'm going to go inside the dungeon. I can open my storage in the dungeon, and I can interact with my storage completely. And think of that as you may, whatever you can do with that information. But it's pretty efficient. So like, I guess if you're, I know inventory space is tough when you're first starting out with a character as well. So like, you want to put your items into your inventory or into your storage, you can just literally just throw stuff in there just like that. But you can open your storage up while you're in dungeons. It's down here. This menu down here is very beneficial in general. I don't know if it's still around in LaBoom, but I mean, like looking at the dungeon list and opening storage and room page and all that. But for fashion, I think I may have like some female fashion in here somewhere, but it doesn't even say like it just says fashion equipment. I know in the fashion shop though it says the gender, but for the most part it's all neutral. When does the day reset? So the dungeon reset is in an hour from now, really 50 minutes from now, so 10:30 Eastern time. And it like delays sometimes, so it's like 10:35 really Eastern time. And then the iris buff, which is, you know, the daily buff, that lasts an hour, which by the way for LaBoom, iris is getting extended to 3 hours or maybe 4. I just know it's getting extended way beyond an hour. Iris buff restarts at 6 PM Eastern, which is the time that I start the stream. And part of the reason why I do the stream as well. I can use it as like a timer for each character that I get on. But yeah, Keem, Guidebook, bruh. Guidebook and Party Index. I keep saying this. If on the LaBoom update they somehow incorporated a tutorial that tells you, hey, open up the Party Index, or hey, open up the Guidebook, that's gonna save a lot of new players, like easily. That's easily a saving grace. And then part of the problem with the Guidebook is that like it took me a good 2 months or maybe a month or so to realize that it has more than just the leveling tab, like the item tab with the actual item breakdown, and then like the contents tab, which people really don't even use. It breaks down like the couple system, the like parties, quizzes, like really any question a player could have. The Guidebook can lead you in the right direction. It tells you how microphones work, trading. It really is an official breakdown, but once again, it doesn't glow, it doesn't point at it, and it just says Guidebook. And you know, people don't like to read either, so naturally that's gonna be a problem. And I'm gonna make some videos about Guidebook content. Some other ideas, mostly more into content. Guide to Ely farming. So Ely farm is going to be very straightforward after LaBoom. So like right now, you open the Guidebook, you press Oh, by the way, there's a Ely gain rate guide right now out. It has like 4K views on YouTube by Darkies. It's a super good video. You should look that up for the current Ely farm rotation. But after LaBoom, all of these dungeons will be removed from this section of the guidebook, and they'll be replaced with 6 dungeons. And all these dungeons, their Ely gain rate will be nerfed. And there will be 6 new Ely gain dungeons on LaBoom's release next week. And they're level lots, so like level 200, 235, 500, 1000, 1500, and 2K. And they give way more Ely than these, and they're all side by side. And so it's super efficient. The only caveat is, oh, and they take less time. But the major caveat is that you can only do them once per account. So it's like the average Ely gain in the game will go up, but the rate at which people are gaining it, for the people who are actually farming it, it will go down. So it's like a general buff for the general population, but it's a nerf for people who pretty much Ely farm all day. And I can kind of argue that it's a nerf on free-to-play, because Ely farming 24/7 is kind of the only way a free-to-play player can really compete with somebody who spends a lot of money. But to be honest, most people aren't whaling in the game anyway, so they're a rare breed regardless. Like, I'll spend a good amount of money, but I'm not considered a whale. If I was a whale, I probably wouldn't be doing this right now. I just pay for somebody else to do it. What else you said? Relative strength levels needed to farm certain dungeons. Oh, that's a really good one, bro. Appreciate that. Like the stats, where your stats should be to do a dungeon. That's a really good one. Good call. Also maybe a buff guide for pets and foods and skills, bro. Good call. Really good call. I gotta give you some credit on that. Those are some good video ideas for real. Definitely got to write all these down after this. Some of these I probably can do right now. In terms of like I can do them pre-LaBoom. Yo. Those are some really good ideas, bro. Oh, I'm dead here. Got the get out of jail free card. By the way, any new players, if you didn't know, there's a stat in the game. Oh wow, I don't have my title on. There's a stat in the game called it's called back attack damage, and it's kind of a kind of sleeper stat, and so it increases the damage you do to mobs when you hit them from the back. But the caveat is that, and honestly, it's probably a lot of the reasons I die. It also increases the damage that mobs do to you from the back, so it's pretty funny. But yeah, back attack damage is it's part of the reason why I jump around a lot to get behind the mobs, other than just to dodge them, because you do more damage to their backs. And it can be increased on gems only, I think, and then maybe there's some other like small ways to get it, like maybe some like reputation or something, or maybe illustration book. I don't know, maybe somewhere in here. But yeah, sleeper stat. A lot of people don't know about. Yo, how did he get down here? Yo. This class is so cheesy. Look at that. The fact that I can fight in the air. If they take away the skill where you can fight in the air, that'll balance this class out. But it's a little broken. Or at least give it a cooldown. This is super broken. Being able to hop over mobs and attack them like this consistently. Rubber band gang. And then the fact that it has a Night Shout essentially, but they just changed the name to Warrior's Cry. A Night Shout and a pretty much infinite shield if you don't get stunned, because if you save the shield, don't get hit, it comes back in 15 seconds. I guess that's like their answer to Blade Master having that, what was it? It was like iframes when you do combos or something back in the day. But honestly, it's almost the same thing. I guess the difference here is that the shield can break when you're fighting certain mobs, but... And I guess when you get hit, or you go into new rooms, you lose your special dodge. So you can't start off with the shield. But it's still busted. This class just busted. Like, I know DF is busted, which is what I main. But at least it takes a bit of skill to play. Like, you can't... Even the standstill skills, they aren't as rewarding. I can stand still and do a combo on DF, but after a couple hits, the mobs will catch up to me, and then they will like pretty much one-shot me because DF is so squishy. But an on-demand shield, like not even a combo shield, that's busted. With Night Shout, renamed to Warrior's Cry. I don't have to try that much. I'm trying probably just to make the things look more entertaining and make it more fun, but I really could just do this the entire fight. Does this skill have any, what skill is that I'm using that does these attacks? That's my, have it on Z. I guess it doesn't have any knockback resistance though, so that kind of balances it out. So if you get hit in the air, you will get knocked down. And I guess overall, the way that they balance this class is that it only has one skill that gives knockback resistance for real. But then again, you have the Night Shout renamed that also gives knockback resistance. I guess that's really it. So that balanced it out. I just topped up for $15 to buy some fashion. You feel guilty? I don't know, bro. Honestly, I feel like fashion is probably the one thing in the game that I could buy and not feel bad about, because at least I guess it's not like aiding in my progression in the game. At least I'm completely doing it out of like a personal enjoyment. rather than trying to like alleviate some stressor or just like alleviate the time it'll take to do something else. I feel like that's a good purchase. Spend money on fashion. Also, it's a free-to-play game, you know what I'm saying? So supporting the game is never a bad thing. It just feels really, really bad when you buy gamble boxes and you don't get the item that you bought the gamble box for. It feels terrible. Like, don't buy gamble boxes. I have to remind myself not to buy gamble boxes. I might buy some at LaBoom though, but don't buy gamble boxes. Oh, but I was saying with Blade Master though, I guess like even though I'm complaining about it being broken, like I don't think I've died. Maybe I died once because of really the chat, but compared to the other classes I've been playing today. But one thing about Blade Master though is that it isn't good at bossing. Like a lot of the in-game bosses require a lot of like high-level kiting, and Blade Master, it gets a lot of its damage from the stationary attacks, and also it gets a lot of its damage from the combo attacks. And so some of the bosses that have like knockups and like stuns, they'll pretty much take you out of those skills. So it takes longer to boss on a Blade Master compared to other classes. So I guess that is one of the balancing factors. You can play the game easily, but when you fight bosses, you'll be restricted a bit. And some mini bosses like this one don't really do much to Blade Master besides damage. But there are some bosses like DTR. If you play DTR with a Blade Master, the boss will consistently knock you up. It'll take forever to do. It'll knock you out of your combo over and over again. And DTR, for those who don't know, is Divine Tree Rapier, which is like one of the first Ascension walls where you really feel like, oh my god, this endgame. These dungeons are long. Who made this dungeon? Oh wow, is this some new tech? Look at this. He's like jumping over the platform. He can't figure out where to land. Look at this, look at this. Wow. Did I just learn a way to cheese his boss? Guess not. He kind of detects you from a certain distance. Look at that. Look at that hitbox. I wasn't even facing the boss. Yo, that's wild. This class is busted. Look at the hitbox. That's super silly, bruh. That's a meme. Look at that. That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. Who made this class? They sat in the office and was like, yeah, this is a good idea. And then you still have like Archmage struggling to just hit mobs, and then you have like TK stationary and gets melted even though it's a tank under some circumstances. What else? What other classes just don't fit? Oh, Sephiroth. Oh my god. Like this class is pretty much Sephiroth in one button. That's sad. They built a whole class around aerials, and then they gave this class a complete aerial kit that goes across like entire maps, by the way. It's just holding down one button. That's sad. I think it's like a favorites thing though. I think there are some classes that some of the Korean developers are just like, yeah, these are my favorites, so I'm gonna treat these a little better. But they are doing a really good job, I would say, watching, I'm following KOT. They're doing a good job buffing some of the weaker classes. And then also in Awakening, which some of you may not know about, when Awakening comes out in January, which is the class evolution system, a lot of the weaker classes get buffed hard, bro. Like, what's the best free-to-play class, though? This is probably the best free-to-play class. This is the easiest class and the most efficient class to play in the game, like by far. Now it isn't the tankiest though. The tankiest, the best free-to-play class with like the best sustain would be Agni, because Agni doesn't have an HP bar. It uses a shield. It doesn't have an MP bar. It has like this shield in place of its MP bar, and when the shield runs out, then it starts losing HP. But then the shield comes back relatively fast, and it uses this. It converts its defense, so it'll have like 0 defense, but it'll have a shield that's a conversion from its defense, so you can increase the shield with more defense. But you can really play any class free to play. I have that video on my page I put out a couple days ago called the types of LaTale players. The hardcore player on there, he's a player who's stronger than me, and he teaches me a lot about the game. He's completely free to play. He can run every dungeon in the game on normal solo. And he plays Archmage, or Archmaster. I'm sorry, not Archmage is the bad mage, and Archmaster is the one that uses the cards. He plays that class, and he does pretty well with it as a free to play. And then he like secondaries Bard, I think. But the best class, the easiest slash best class slash most efficient class to play in this game right now will probably be Blade Master, what I'm playing right now. And I do not like this class because of that reason. It's just so brain off. And it looks and feels cool here and there, but when you compare it to the effort it takes to play other classes, it's not really fair. And then the strongest class in the game is Rogue Master, and that's only because one, it's an explorer, so it has like additional crit skills, and then 2, it's the only class in the game that has 2 weapons, so by default it's just stronger. They didn't balance the first weapon around the fact that it would have a second. It just gave it 2 weapons instead, which makes it more expensive, but it's the strongest class. Which I also feel is kind of common in like Korean MMOs, that the ninjas, you know, the rogues, tend to be faster, stronger. And it's funny because Blade Master has 2 weapons, but they're considered one. Like they're just on the same line. But I'd also say Agni's really strong too, the one I was talking about earlier. It has some skills because it's so tanky and so efficient, and it hits like long range as well because it has these weird summons. It does a lot of damage. It's really efficient. Any class with summons is really strong in this game. Summons are really effective in LaTale because, you know, LaTale is very punishing when you get hit by mobs. So being able to attack twice and simultaneously being able to attack and be safe is always beneficial. So like Starseeker, DF has a summon on it. A couple classes have summons within them. Yeah, just don't play Archmage. David's right. Don't play Archmage. Archmage, after the Awakening update in January, it gets better, but honestly, it's like it's just a playstyle thing, bruh. Like, LaTale's kind of fast-paced right now because of how many mobs are on the map and just how strong all the mobs are individually and their ability to flinch you, which doesn't exist in a lot of games. And Archmage is just slow. All the attacks have long windups. But that's like a general mage thing. Now the thing is though, if you have a strong Archmage, it is a nuke. Like it really can nuke some mobs. You really can nuke a bunch of mobs with Archmage. But it requires like certain builds, certain setups, understanding how the skills work completely. Because it has like a slow, then a bind, and then you can like nuke with a couple skills. Yeah, it does suck, but the thing is, LaTale has a lot of magic classes. Like, it has more physical than magic, but there are so many magic classes, bro, you really do have options. Just play Archmaster. If you really want to play Archmage, play Archmaster. It'll be way more rewarding. It still feels like you're playing an elemental mage. And then you also have summons, so it's like a summoner, opposed to a traditional elemental mage. And then you can also play Phantom Mage. And so guys, I'm done with my runs today, but I'm about to switch over to my main and do and run RG. Not RG, I'm sorry, and run my dailies. I'm done with the RG runs though. I didn't get any like lucky runs where I get like 10 items. But I got a decent amount of mats today. Let's see. Ended up with 80 and 77, and this is not counting with some of my mains, so I got like 90 mats today. That's pretty decent, considering before this week when I was running this on one character, I'd only get 12 mats a day. So this is pretty good. I played Spear Hero for a while back when Papaya released. I think some other Spear Hero main told me the Spear got a buff and KO. Yeah, STL, if you go to maybe 30 to 40 minutes into this stream, I'm playing Spear Hero, and Spear Hero is super busted right now. It's definitely one of the stronger classes in the game. You got to learn it a little bit. It seems simple up front, but there's some mechanics it has to learn. And I'll tell you this, when the Awakening update comes out in January, Spear Hero is like definitely top tier. They take all the things that are good about it right now, and they just make them even way better. Like Spear Hero is definitely the new Sephiroth, like with BM. And also Sephiroth's Awakening is crazy too, so let me not talk too bad or too much down on it. But yeah, check out the like 50 minutes, 40 minutes into the stream. I'm using Spear Hero, super good. Soulless one, I have a Soulless one. Soulless one is definitely, if you want to play a Magic class, I would definitely recommend Soulless one over Archmage. Soulless one is super good right now. They just buffed it. They actually buffed it on the update I came back to the game on in June. And I was actually maining Soulless one. I'll step onto it for a couple seconds. I don't know if I have my skill set up on it though. But Soulless one is super good. It's combo heavy though. You have to understand how the combos work. And it's kind of setup heavy, but it's more rewarding than Archmage, and it's way faster, way stronger. And then the Soulless one's Awakening in January, super strong, super duper strong. What do I do if my handsome egg is dead? I'll run that by you real quick. So you want to go to Balos, or really, I want to say any town, but one of the first two towns. You know, you can open your guidebook up. Maybe Balos and Elias or Elias. I don't know how to pronounce these towns. Or press Y, and then when you save at them, you can warp back them in as well. Talk to the pet shop right here though. Trade a pet item, and you want to get your mortal pet plant, and then open up your inventory, item extension, throw the pet into the extension, and then it will be an option for that. So I have a handsome pet or ugly pet right here. I don't think you can bring the handsome ones back to life, but you can just buy an ugly one, which is the same. But right now there should be a handful of free pets the game gives you, and if you don't have them right now, for all the new players and returners, make sure you log into the website and sign up for the LaBoom pre-LaBoom rewards, and they're giving out 2 free pet coupons in that, and they're giving out a bunch of other stuff. And then in the burning event, that's Ascension burning to 2000, you get 2 free pets, and that's between Ascension 1 and 1500. So I'm pretty sure you get 3 free pets now when you get to 2000. I got on here to show you my Soulless one though. Let me go ahead and swap over. So my Terra Knight, which is kind of awkward, but you really shouldn't do a physical and magic class together, but it was thematic for what I was doing at the time. Yeah, Soulless one's pretty cool though. Maybe I'll play this tomorrow instead of playing my TK. I just don't really know how to play it that well. But yeah, Soulless one is way better than Archmage. Like, these skills come out way faster. They're way stronger. And then it has like playstyle. You can shift the playstyle. I press control. I got these summons. I don't have them set up correctly right now, but it has like a summon style. Yeah, Soulless one's definitely nice though. I definitely recommend it. If you would like magic classes, play Soulless one for real. It's really good right now. Look at that legend skill. Nice. Got the Kamehameha wave. Yo, Amir, whisper me on my... I'm getting on my main right now. I can add you to the guild. I got you, bruh. Let's see, you don't have enough Ely. Tough. And always put pet potentials on ugly eggs and permanent pets. Yes, sir. Keem's on the head with it as usual. You that's more like some later game situations though when you do re-rolling pet potentials, but you can essentially keep the good pet potential stats by putting them on the cheap free-to-play pets. All right, where we at? I'm at 250. That's crazy. So either tomorrow or the next day, I may stream a little longer tomorrow just so I can play more characters. But yeah, I need like 100 more mats, 170, 130 more mats, and I should be able to upgrade these guns. That's ridiculous, by the way. I just ran 6 characters and I still don't have enough mats. I only got like 90. Let's see, gotta get rid of one of these inactive people. I'm clearing out my guild as well. A lot of the inactives when LaBoom drops, so trying to be a little bit more active. You need 500 for the last upgrade. Oh, word. That's terrible, bruh. That's super terrible. Yeah, I'm not really planning on getting that last upgrade during this stream series I got going on. Alright, I'm about to run my... So for some of the new players here, I'm running my champs, which is that full map attack skill you keep seeing. That's different every time I use it, right here. I'm upgrading that. It's like a daily mission set. And then it gives passive stats as well. So this one's at plus 9% attack percent, and then I'm getting it to plus 10%. Gives basic stats, normal added damage, boss added damage, dual min, dual max. This is account-wide stat stuff. This is like in-game stuff. Well, not, it's like mid-game stuff that makes you significantly stronger and has a big impact on your account, which makes doing things like making new characters even easier. And then I'm doing my bounty hunter, which I'm actually about to I didn't know I was bounty hunter level 20, so I'm actually eligible to go to I'm eligible to get all of the title books for the title book set, so I'm going to try that right now. I don't know how fun that's going to be on stream, but yeah. Pretty hyped about doing it though. Alright. Got like 3 mil. I'll just buy like 100 each for now. It's out of 1,000. Let's see. Use up 8. Need 32 more. And for those who don't know what title sets are, you go to your menu, you go to illustration book. This is some in-game stuff though. It's not that pressing early on. And when you get sets of titles, it gives you like sets of stats. And I'm pretty beginner, pretty noob on this part of the gameplay. But I'm going for the bounty hunter reputation title set, which is in here somewhere. It's in here somewhere. Probably already skipped it or something. Hunter's Pride right here. And that'll give me 30% quest reward, which is pretty crazy for a title set. 3% attack and elemental intensity, which is also really big for me since I rely on attack and I'm playing the glass cannon build. And you can also use his reputation to get static damage Ely skill. I have a lot of reputation points. I probably should be able to get all these today. If I can't, that'll really suck. $23 and $32. It's a 1 out of 1,000 chance. Adepts, I need 6 more. Not that hard. And I have a lot of points. But you know, RNG. Alright, so I'm gonna go for these now. And I have 2.6 mil left. I think I had like 3.2 mil before I bought these 100. So I'm really, it's scary. But yeah, I'm gonna go for these. I got one, yes sir, let's go. What's that? Expert? Okay, cool, let's do it. I got one, yes sir. If I get the 2 bigger ones, I got one of the bigger ones. If I get the 2 bigger ones though, it's in my favor more so than the smaller ones because they costed more. So the reputation will go down slower, trying to buy more of them. Alright, I'll explain it one more time. As soon as I finish this little rotation. So, this is the Bounty Hunter reputation. It's the very last reputation in the game. At the very bottom. And at level 20, it gives these stats. And it maxes out at level 30. I believe at level 30 it's like 45 attack or 50 attack. Those are some crazy stats for an account-wide stat booster. But at ranks, I want to say 5, 10, 15, and 20, you can buy these different levels of books. And I'm buying these 4. And once I get all 4 title books, I get the title book set, which is right here, and I already got one of them. I have to get the other 3, and that title book set gives me these stats. And these are also account-wide stats, and that's the whole system. So I got expert. It's going to be expensive buying this. If I don't get master anytime soon, it's going to be super expensive, and it cause me to not get the rest. So hopefully I can get it in the next 100. But so far I've pretty much ran it at 1 out of 10. So I'm going for 2 out of 10 right now. And let's see what that did to my rep. That dropped my rep like 300k already. Yikes. Yeah, I feel you, Keem. The simple solution though to doing Bounty Hunter and really doing any daily system in this game is to just, you gotta do it by week by week, month by month, right? So right now, before this week, I was focusing on, I did RG, which is the dungeon I've been doing all day. I do RG once, keep opening the wrong menu. I do all my champions, and then I do bounty hunter. That's it. That's all I was doing. That's like 2 to 3 hours of gameplay every day. I've been doing that for the last month. And so my bounty hunter's finally at level 20, so I can do this. And then my RG, I did it long enough to actually get my weapon, and I got my weapon to +3, and now I'm trying to like speed run it to get it to +5. It's already +4. And then my champs, all of my champs were level 6 when I started doing my champs a month ago. And so I got 1 to level 7, and then I got this main one that I'm focusing on to level 9. And that's with no reset books for the champs. So you just gotta focus on a couple things. I mean, the fact that you can you're able of Ely farming for so long though, seems like you should be able to farm anything in the game, because Ely farming with our current dungeon rotation is terrible, bruh. I'm actually really impressed you can do that. I can only Ely farm like 2 characters a day, 3 a week, 3 on one day of the week maybe, if I really have something good on TV to watch or something. But for the most part, I cannot Ely farm all day, bro. That stuff it makes me want to quit the game. It is so boring. It's so tedious going between those different dungeons. Press L, David. Press skills, and then press automatic looting. If the pad doesn't have an automatic looting skill, that could be it. You got to make sure you turn it on though. It's a buff. You got to actually turn it on all the time. It's a skill rather. And if it isn't looting still, that means your inventory is probably full. Those are the only reasons it could possibly be. This is looking rough. I'm only at 200 attempts though, but this is looking rough. It doesn't activate. Okay, you got it, good. Tough. Start getting nervous about stuff like this, bro. It takes forever to actually farm this reputation up. And then if I want to like speed farm it, I gotta spend 30 mil on each scroll. I'm gonna switch to a different channel. I got like LaTale LaTale RNG superstition. And I would just buy like 1,000 books, but the problem with that is that, you know, if I get all the books on the first try or something silly like that, I just wasted a bunch of points, and I still need to do like the static damage skill, which costs way more, and it costs Ely. But I still gotta farm this to get it to level 30 anyway. Alright. Okay, that's good. So we're at what? This is 350 books. Okay, 350 books. Oh my god. How much rep I got left, bruh? Oh my god, 1.9 mil. I gotta get this in like the next 200 books, bro. Okay, I'm gonna buy like 200. What's that, like 96? Bro, this is so stressful, bro. I've been farming Bounty Hunter for like 3.5 months, 4 months maybe. Just on and off, and then the last month consistently. Dang, really? I actually got super lucky with Critical Master. I got it like, I got both of them. Well, the other one is instant. One of them is faster than the other, but either way, it took me like my first 10 to 100 books or something. I got super lucky with Critical Master, bruh. Where am I at? 96, 96. What's that for? Novus and Adept. This is 500? This is like 500? Oh my god. So, at this point, after I clear all these, if I don't get it, that's pretty much 50%. A 50% rate. Alright, it's a couple more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Alright, let's see the damage. Let's see the damage. Oh my god. 431k. Yo. I wonder if I should have just like did it like one book by book or something. Maybe that way. I don't know. I don't know. Okay. Bro, this is not looking good at all, bro. Oh my god. Please. Please. RNGesus. RNGesus. Yes, sir. What's that? Oh, that's master. Yes, sir. That actually just made things super easy. I don't even want to look at that no more. Let's get that off my account. I wish I could sell these or something. Yes, sir. I got master and expert. Okay, even if I don't get these, that's less stressful because these books are cheaper. Yeah, let's go. I'm gonna put these on multiple. Okay. I got master. That's good. I got master. That's really good. That was killing all the reputation points. But that really hurts though, because like I said, I bought like 150 of those master books, and I just wasted like 300k of reputation on books. Appreciate it. If I had just bought the books one by one, I probably would save money. Because realistically speaking, these books aren't that hard. 1 out of 1,000 isn't terrible when you have this many points, but still stressful. Yes, sir. Let's go. One more. Oh my god! And I got the 3 hardest ones, so it's just Novus. Let's go. This is streamer luck right here. Yes, I'm streaming for the rest of my life. This is the moment that I realized that I gotta stream forever. I'm gonna hit the lotto. I'm gonna do like the lottery in like 2 weeks. Just come back to the stream. Oh, GG. That's it. That's it. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Where's it at? Where's it at? Let's go. Let's go. My stats just jumped. Hold up. Let's see where that's at. Let's see where my stats are at. Let's put all my buffs back on. $13k attack. That's crazy. I'm up right now. This is unbuffed. These are all like the normal buffs, the flask. 13k. Let's go. Let's go. I'm going to keep going on the bounty though, just to get it to level 30, and then I need to get. Let's see how much luck I have for real. Let's see if I'm really lucky. I got 800 mil on me right now. Let's see how much luck I really have. If I get static damage master, bruh, that's crazy. That'd be crazy. Because that means I no longer need to save my reputation points, and I can start buying this book. And I can keep this book on like an infinite rotation by just farming in the points, 350k every 15 days, and then I can keep this book, which will boost my stats crazy. And then that'll be like, maybe I can get the helper potion as well, which will also boost stats. But these aren't worth buying right now until you get all of the account-wide situations. Well, static damage master isn't account-wide, this is per character, which is unfortunate, but I don't plan on maining more than 2 characters. And my second character, I'll probably never expect to be as strong as my first main. Alright, I'm down not even 100 mil yet. I got 166 of these. I must be bad at math or something, because that's pretty cheap. I'm gonna keep going. I'm actually just gonna cash out my rep. Let's see how much I got left. 69k. Yeah, let's just cash out. If I get it, I get it. If I don't, I don't. I'm gonna keep farming it regardless, because I gotta get this rep to level 30 for more damage. Okay, let's go. It's crazy. It's stuff like this, like, that makes actually, you know, playing longer rewarding. Because you can't even like attempt stuff like this until you get to a certain part in the game. You get far enough, and then you play long enough. Like level 20 bounty hunter, I found out about the bounty hunter system literally 3 months ago. After 2 months of playing, I did not know it existed at all. So yeah, this is a pretty rewarding day, not gonna lie. Stats dropped already though, probably because of the flask. It gave me that quest reward too. Now I'm going to level up to 4k faster. Yes sir. All right. And for those who don't know, this is an Ely skill. So if I get this, it unlocks this skill right here. And the way this works is these are all I believe the way it's split up, these are like default, and I think like the master 2s, I forgot where they come from, but it's something super easy to get. These are all super easy to get. They come from like questing or something, besides the ones that are open unlocked by default. And then this section right here, these all come from reputation in some way, shape, or form. So like reputation dungeons, or like the Frios region. All of these are within the Frios region. So some in one of these areas, one of these these towns will give you a way to get these. And then like the crit masters, I know the first crit masters in Infinite Corridor, which is behind here. And then the second one's in like Guild Union. I mean, not Guild Union, Union of Lights. And then this one actually comes from like a Royal Rumble. I have no idea how to get this one. I think this is a reputation in like Velfa Library. And then the static damage masters, you can get, I think you can get both of them from bounty. Yeah, you can get both from bounty. It's super expensive though. Or you can get the first one, and I didn't get it. Out of 1,000, I think I tried 200. I didn't get it. But you can get the first one from either bounty or from drops in this dungeon right here in Dwarf Aircraft. And then the second one, I believe, is only from bounty, which I'll probably never go for because that's super expensive. Like, I'll probably go for this when I get to a point in the game where I have nothing else to do. But it's 5 mil Ely per try. Oh, never mind. It's not an attempt. This is it just gives it to you. So it looks like actually if I would have got this today, I could have immediately just bought the second one and got 10% static damage masters too. But the points cost 1 mil and I was out of points anyway, so I would have had to farm. So that's what I'm going to do right now. I got 23 minutes left on this stream, and so I'm going to go ahead and finish the rest of my bounty hunter quest. And for those who don't know, you talk to the NPC, you get the mission scrolls. When you first start bounty hunter, you can only get the first one. You have to level your bounty hunter up to be able to get the second scroll, and then you level it up more to get the third scroll. And once you have all 3 scrolls, you get a pretty good amount of bounty hunter reputation every day. And then from there, you can level up your bounty hunter to get pretty much by the books that I got in those other prizes or items. And then there's this Masters Hunter mission scroll, which you can buy. Oh no, I just unlocked this today. Crazy. I'm not going to go ahead and buy that right now. I just unlocked that because I just hit level 20. But this mission scroll right here, you can actually expedite the bounty hunter process by buying this scroll every day, which I did not do because it's kind of expensive and I have other things I'm doing. But you can spend 30 mil a day to get this one. And you're going to see right now with the master scroll I just bought, when you open a master or bounty hunter scroll, it gives you a quest mission, and I have to go do Devil's Illusion, the boss. And these scrolls, I keep them in my inventory. I'm gonna buy a couple master ones right now for the future. These scrolls have a 24-hour cooldown, a 20-hour cooldown actually, 20-hour cooldown. So it's a little slow to get out the gate, but once you get to about bounty hunter level 10, it starts getting a little faster. And if you want to farm Ely and use your Ely to expedite the process, you can just buy the mission scrolls. Probably just like clip this part of the stream and just make it a video or something. But then I'm going to do my champions as well, and I explain those. So I'm going to do champs first, because I have 20 minutes to do these before they reset. And champs, the mission list resets at 11 PM Eastern every day. So I'm going to go ahead and knock these out. And then do my bounty hunters. Let me know if there are any questions about all that. It's a lot of information, but a lot of people ask the same questions every day, I've been noticing, so I'll probably be answering these questions over and over again for weeks to come. And then I'm going to make some videos about some of these things specifically, but I'm waiting for LaBoom to update the way the game looks to do that. But yeah, I'm up right now. I need to go to the battle arena and see how my damage is looking. I'm not gonna lie, at 13k attack, I might be hitting consistent like 1 bill on the battle arena dummy, but not in any dungeons though. And that's for a myriad of reasons. Like defense penetration, I have 96%, which is relatively high, but you can get it up to like 98. That's where a lot of in-gamers have it. And then there's some other stats in this game that I actually don't have a strong understanding of yet, like static damage. Static damage actually works similar to defense penetration, but I don't know like what rate it works at it as, and I don't know how effective it is, but all those stats play a role overall. And I have pretty low static damage for where I'm at in the game. Like I probably could get it up to, it's at 100k. I probably can get it up to like 150k to 200k with just all in-game features. Like if I had got that skill book, and then I had bought the second one, I would have got 10% off of that. And then, like I said, I'm wearing like A tier / B tier armor rather than S tier armor, in-game armor, and so the in-game armor I can explain that later on. It's a little complex right now, but you roll the stats essentially, and I only rolled 8% on the static damage, 8% out of 35% on my helmet. So if I had actually rolled over 20%, maybe over 25% on this helmet for static damage, I wouldn't replace it. It'd be like a pretty much like upper A tier, S tier, because the maximum dual maximum damage, which is a funny thing to say, is 200, and I think the dual accuracy is probably like 110 or 120. So I'm pretty much near the cap on that. But Yeah, I gotta get all those things upgraded. All those little numbers play a big role. But one major thing in this game is never one major advice that I got from someone is never to focus all your attention in one place. And it's actually a YouTube video about it on it's by Portfolio. He has a video talking about like it's like I'm stuck now what or something like that. It's talking about like people who get to a certain part of the mid game or entering the end game and they can't figure out why they can't increase their damage. And he pretty much explains that like when you get to like Ascension 1500, Ascension 2K, you need to make sure you have every single slot filled. And it isn't as important in the earlier game because you get so much free gear and your gear gets replaced very quickly. But towards the end game and like the mid game, upper mid game, it's important to have every single slot of gear filled at all times. And it doesn't matter how good the gear is, but once you fill it up, then you go back and start replacing those pieces with a better piece of gear over time. So like, even my weapon that I'm working on right now, it's level 17, plus 123 max, and I don't have it, it's not plus 6. So eventually I'll go back and remake this and I'll be able to plus 6 it faster for one, and then I'll probably go for like 200 max or like 180 plus max. And then like my glove, I gotta redo my glove. I gotta redo all my armor for the most part, so I'm gonna do that soon. But yeah, it's really one big thing about gear in this game is you're really focusing on filling out all the slots in every situation you can, and then once you get to like the end game where you have like all the last pieces of gear you can get, so pretty much the last section of all these areas in the guidebook, you want to get them at base, and then slowly over time, and it just depends on how long you want to play the game, over time getting the same pieces and making them better. But it's ironic though, because every 3 months we get a content update, and I kind of calculated myself looking at the website. We get a new armor dungeon and a new weapon dungeon. It's like every year and a half almost. And then we get like new badges and accessories. It's like every 6 or so months. So 6 to 9 months. So as you're doing that, ironically, a lot of the gear will start getting replaced on its own by the it'll just start getting replaced by updates, which isn't a bad thing because you can be working on something, and I'll show you an example of that. Magical library, that's kind of inconvenient. You can be working on something though, and as you're working on it, an update comes out that just replaces it completely, which is a big stat boost. But if it's something like DTR accessories, which take forever to upgrade, that'd be a bad thing. And so like I stopped working on my accessories because we're supposed to be getting a new accessory dungeon soon, and what's going to happen is it's going to make the upgrade rate of the previous in-game gear, its success rate, upgrade rate, enchant rates, they all increase the moment the new piece of gear comes out, for lack of better words. So right now DTR accessories have a 20% enchant rate, upgrade rate, upgrade, not enchant. And when the new accessory dungeon comes out, it'll be 100% chance. Which is why when I was talking to someone earlier, I'm like, Legion weapons aren't that big of a deal anymore because they're 2 in-game weapons behind. So getting them is easier because the dungeon is easier. The moment the new in-game dungeon comes out, the previous dungeon becomes easier, like they nerf it. And then they make the gear easier to upgrade. So right now, so when that dungeon comes out, these accessories will be 100% chance, and they also decrease the amount of mats that are needed. So right now you need like 50 of each mat. So for this dungeon, it's 50 of these 3 right here, just to attempt an upgrade. But next week, I believe we're supposed to be getting the new accessory dungeon next week. If I just save all my mats and I just go farm DTR for like the next week when I'm done doing these RG runs, I should be able to upgrade my DTR accessories to max pretty much instantly, because it'll be 100% chance. I don't know if it'll be cheaper, but it'll be 100% chance, and then it'll be less mats required. So just a tip on that situation. My chat was not like scrolled down. I didn't see people talking. What's up, Captain Falcon? What's up? What's up, Boo Boo? Sell me RG Gunblade. I got you. I probably can get one tomorrow. I'm done with RG today. I can get you RG Gunblade tomorrow. How do you upgrade an enchanted twisted armor? Can you please show it or explain? Okay, I was trying to avoid that, but I guess I'm not doing anything else. I might as well talk about it. So when you look at twisted armor, right? It's the current in-game armor, right? So there's two options in the current in-game dungeon. You have the Nether Guardian armor, which is the easier armor to work with, and it goes to +6. It upgrades to +6. But at max stats, it is not as strong as the twisted armor. But the thing is, the Nether armor is better if you want to build HP. So if you want to build tankier, you want to build safer, more optimal, then you want to build into Nether armor. And there's a couple ways to do it. You can do a full Nether armor set, which I wouldn't recommend. That's really like I'm extremely casual. I have no plans to try hard at this game, and all I really want to do is play every dungeon on easy. Like I play 1 to 2 hours a day. I'm really chilling. I'm not pressed about enchanting or trying that hard at this game. Then go ahead and get full Nether armor set, because with a full Nether armor set, you can run every dungeon in the game on easy, pretty well. And you just enchant it normal. Nether armor is pretty much the normal game's armor system, right? Now, twisted armor is the new armor system, which is it's optional and more optimal and more of a hardcore approach to the game, because it's extremely expensive. Whether you decide to make it yourself or if you decide to buy it from someone else, it's extremely expensive. And twisted armor, it does not upgrade. And I can show you a couple things about twisted armor too. I don't know if this is a spoiler or not. I don't want to spoil too much about the game. But twisted armor, you also can get it with these coupons. But the coupons only drop in the dungeon. And as you can see, I'm saving them up. So twisted armor, a little critical here. Twisted armor, it can only be enchanted, right? But as you can see, this one piece of armor I have, and this is like a good A tier piece of gear. So this piece of armor I didn't make myself. It cost me 5 bill. And a S tier piece of twisted armor, I'd say it costs like 15 bill. I've been done with this dungeon. I don't know why I'm still here. Let me make sure I go to my next place before I run out of time. Prince Knox. Okay, so I'm gonna go in this dungeon. I know I'm still talking here, but I need to try to clear this dungeon. I need to try to clear this dungeon within the next 10 minutes. So I may be jumping around a bit. And this dungeon's kind of hard because of the boss, but it's easy to get there. Okay, but the twisted armor, it has a unique enchant system. I'm in channel 1. It has a unique enchant system, and I can show it better than I can just talk about it. I'm going to go ahead and pull one piece of gear out of these coupons just to make it easy to talk about really quickly. Let's pull some armor out. So it's chest plate out. I can do this dungeon in like 5 minutes if I focus on it. So this is my chest piece that I wear. I have it locked so I don't lose it. You see it has 23k basic stat, it has 40% basic stat, and then it has 78 minimum damage. This is a tier piece of gear. Cost me 5 bill, right? So when I go to enchant, you have two options here. You can normal enchant or you can super enchant, right? I can spend 50 mil and use an enchant puzzle at a chance to get one of these stats between this range of stats, right? As you can see, it has a 50% success rate. You cannot increase the enchant rate of twisted armor, right? So you have to use this rate. You have no choice. And that's at normal. And then at super, I can spend 150 mil per enchant rate, use a gold hammer, and it's 65% chance for the exact same stats. It just increases the chance, right? So the best approach, I would say, in my personal opinion, a couple other pro players would say as well, is you do 2 attempts at 50 mil, and if you get a good stat on the first roll, I got a little bit of Ely on me too. I'll just roll it for you guys. You get a good stat on the first roll, and it broke instantly. So I'll just open another one. This doesn't tax me that much. I'm not that pressed. I can get these back pretty quickly and pretty easily. If you can actually land the first roll. And as you can see, this is already some in-game stress and struggle right here. This is already some in-game stress, right? I'm just hoping I can get one. This is the optimal way to do it. Okay, I broke 3. I'm not doing it anymore. I just lost 150 mil. So you get a chance to get one of those stats, and then you have to keep doing that. And so once you do it twice, right? Once you do it twice, you get your first 2 lines of stats. So like on this set of gear, I didn't make this myself. I bought it. Let's say I rolled 23k on basic stat, and you can choose any stat you want to do first. Then you roll the second one, and so you're pretty much you're like doing 2 levels of RNG here. You're rolling at the chance of your item breaking, which as you can see kept happening, and then you're trying to roll a good stat. And then on the third roll, because it's the higher chance, if you have 2 good stats, you want to go for a super enchant, which costs 150 mil. All right, that's a quick breakdown. If you got more questions, I can talk about it. And now I got 8 minutes. I need to do this dungeon in 8 minutes so that my champs don't reset, and I can finish the rest of my champs without, if I'm outside the dungeon, as long as I don't change channels. And I might not be in channel 1, bro. My bad. I had switched channels. I'm about to die here. I don't think my pet is on. I might not be in channel 1. I had to switch channels when I was doing I was rolling my bounty hunter skill books. So my bad. Okay, let's see if I can actually run this dungeon in 5 minutes now, because I'm really short on time. I got 7 minutes to do it. I'm about to go try hard here. I might not talk that much. I gotta do this because I'm out of time. My pots were on. I don't know how I died there. I guess I just suck. I didn't buff up or anything. But yeah, that's twisted armor. I might need to clip a lot of this stuff. All right, let's buff up. Just a little bit here. What else I got? That's good. I should be good. For safe measure. Put on one of these. Okay, let's go. I can do this in 7 minutes. I can definitely do this in 7 minutes. Holy, I almost died there. Got the good clip. Let's go. I'll answer those questions as soon as I get out of here, bro. I actually gotta focus for once. I have 5 minutes to get out of this dungeon. Well, 4 minutes before my champions reset. And honestly, I'll let you know right now, if you haven't started doing champions, once you start doing champions and you start taking it seriously to get it done, you really want to be efficient with it, because every day you miss is just another day that you'll have to do. Because champions, without using any reset scrolls or using any aids, it takes literally 365 days to do. Like there's nothing you can do about that number other than pay for the number to go down faster. And I think like at absolute optimal numbers, like spending, you don't have to spend real money. I mean, somebody else can spend it. You can just easily farm and buy it, buy the scrolls. But I think you probably can get it down to 6 months, and that's if you're literally doing it perfectly. So it takes a long time to do. Probably faster than 6 months, but no one's, unless you're like a whale or you really easily farm grind 24/7. Oh god, look at that rubber band. You're not getting it. You're not buying it every single day. So I'm going to stick with 6 months just off of the strength of, no one's really doing that, but maybe a 0.01%er in the game who's actually being able to buy them down. You probably can buy it down to like 3 months, but there's just no way anybody's doing that, bro. And I got 2 minutes here. Oh my god, I am doing bad. I gotta stop talking. these cats. Why do they put the cats spawn like that? This is the longest room though, because of those cats. I think I can kill the boss in like 30 seconds. Oh man, I'm really pushing time right now. Wait till you see the boss room for any new players. It's really a shocker. I remember getting here when I was like nowhere near this strong, and it's my first time getting here. Look at this. Look at these spikes. That's sick. Whoever made this is evil. Ugh, if I die here, I'm done. I don't have red spots. I don't use red spots, so. And it's super easy to die here. Go ahead and use some of my auto healers. But look at the spikes and the summons that he does. This is super sick. This is an easy way to get like far in the game and be like, oh yeah, I'm not playing this anymore. And don't let my clear time fool you. This dungeon used to take me like 20 minutes, maybe like 30 minutes when I very first started doing it. But I mean, I did this dungeon for the first time like 4 months ago. So don't let that clear time fool you. I got out with a minute to spare. That's nice. Go ahead and check out the chat. I should be able to do the rest of my champs now because they're all non-dungeon based champs. Yeah. Yep, I'm good. Alright. Captain Falcon said, thank you for the information. Always wonder how Twisted Armor was applied. Seems very frustrating with the RNG enchant. Yeah, it's frustrating, but once again, the end game specifically, right? And when I say end game, I mean you can already clear everything on easy. You're just deciding to play the game more because you want to be able to clear it on normal, or you just want to get stronger for whatever personal gain reason. Like if you want to just be satisfied, you can really just get to Ascension 2K. You know, fill out all your slots. Don't even enchant that hard, and I promise you, with all the free-to-play aspects of the game, even like having like guild accessories at level 1 from being in a guild and just doing the guild crop every day or whatever, I promise you can do every dungeon in this game on easy. Some of them may take longer than others, but I promise you can do it. But if you really want to push in game, then you're gonna have to get Twisted Armor, and you're gonna have to go through that process of like what you just saw, where I wasted 150 mil trying to get my first line of enchant, which I could have got, and it could have been one basic stat. You know what I'm saying? So that's really like if you really want to keep playing the game beyond the point. Because I honestly, if I was satisfied with just playing everything on easy, I would have been done with this game almost 4 months ago. Seriously, because it's actually not that hard when you just progress linearly using the guidebook and then using all the free stuff they give you. It's really not. It's not impossible in the slightest. In the slightest. Everything seems big when you're looking at it the first time, but it's not that big of a deal. And then you start completing some of your account-wide things like reputation, get your illustration book filled out. Like you'll get super strong really quickly. You got other systems like Memorial. Then you get your ascension stats, which make your accounts strong, super strong. Yeah, like summonables. Once you start getting your champs, your legend skills, once you get all that stuff, free to play, you can completely run through this game on easy mode like it's nothing. And and as someone who spends a lot of time, I can only do like up to this point in normal, and these take me 40 minutes to an hour. So just keep that in mind. Very frustrating with the max. Do you like game in the 55 to 60 chances from fail? How much more OP do you think Twisted Armor is to the other armor in terms of damage? I would say, so I'm gonna just throw some random numbers out there, right? Let's say if I max out all my Twisted Armor, right, and I have like perfect stats, let's say it gives me like, I want to say 650k strength total, and maybe like 14k attack, and it gets my crit up by like another 100 or something, even building the nether glove, or maybe 200 crit or something. I'd say that probably at max, and this is just a rough guesstimation really, it'll probably be like 550 500k strength. Like, yeah, because right now, if I put on all nether gear, my stats would drop. So I'll probably have like 500k strength, which, by the way, is way more than enough to do everything in this game on easy. And that's with like all the gear maxed out, +6. Yeah, +6 statted out. Because as you can see, the full set bonus up there, it still gives 38% basic stats. And then every piece of gear has basic stats on it. But once again, my chest piece here alone gives me 40%. And 40% isn't the highest number you can get, 45% is. This chest piece alone gives more basic stats than this entire set of armor. Think about that. You know what I'm saying? And the same thing can be said about the other pieces. So it's just the difference between trying to go for actual, like, optimal in-game, or just trying to be able to complete everything at face value. And for those who don't know, the real kicker with being able to play the game solo on normal, which isn't, I don't think, is the dev's intention. It's just because, you know, normal mode is really meant to be played as a party. The real kicker with being able to play the game on normal is that you get the real boss fights. You get the real boss fights. You have the mobs have their real HP and they hit way harder. You're essentially playing the game how it was intended, while in the easy mode, everything is just watered down a little bit. And that isn't always a bad thing. It just depends on the person. But I am trying to actually be able to experience all the boss fights the way they were intended to be played, because a lot of the boss mechanics are watered down like crazy. And a big example of that is Hell. If you look up a Hell run, look up, you know, LaTale Hell easy, and then look up LaTale Hell normal, the boss is so significantly different. Like, the boss has 3 phases in normal, but in easy it skips the first 2 phases. And then in the 3rd phase, the stats don't shoot up in easy, because it just stays like the same. But in normal, the stats shoot up, so it gets tankier with each phase. And then it summons a bunch of mobs out of these like stones, and then it spams these. If you ever seen the Hell weapons, I don't have one on me right now, but I was using them on all my other characters earlier. It spawns these big purple spikes that attack all the mobs at once, and it does a lot of damage. The boss spawns those in like 6 spots, and it's like impossible to stand still. Like, I could probably do Hell normal on a stream one of these days for those who haven't seen it. But it's just an example of how different the easy mode boss is compared to the normal mode. It's like playing a completely different game. And it really does feel impossible, but it's pretty rewarding if that's what you're looking for in the game. But that's just hardcore stuff. And I think after LaBoom, people may start transitioning back to like party play, because we'll have more people around and the game will be more stable. So people will actually be able to play in parties without getting all that FPS drop and lag. And maybe we can go back to like actually having like team comps with healers, tanks, you know, attackers, and taking the dungeon slow bit by bit and getting those real boss fights. Let me get back to these champs, because I'm really supposed to be done streaming. I need to go to sleep. I gotta work in like 4 hours, but I need to finish these champs though. LaTale is life, right? 365 days for all level 6 or for all level 10s. For all level 10s, to max them all out, it's going to take you like 365. I thought getting them all to level 6 was hard, but it really just took like 2 months. You know, I've been no-lifing pretty hard for the last 5. And in the earlier 3 months, I was trying way harder than I try now. Like, in this stream specifically, I'm playing a lot because I have a specific goal. But before this last month, or really this last month and a half, I've only been playing the game maybe 2-3 hours a day, just doing the same things. I do my champs, my bounty hunter, which I still got to do that as well, and I'd run RG 1 time. You know what I'm saying? So it's not that hard if you just do your champs every single day. You'll get them done. You'll get to level 6 in 2 months, and level 6 is where they evolve at. Are they now 100% guaranteed to upgrade after level 6? The upgrade rate for champs is always 100%. The champs is just time gated. As you can see, it's 10 out of 10 missions up here. So you do 10 for the day and you're done. But if you have reset scrolls, which can be bought in a fashion shop, it's kind of expensive, but you can also just farm them, and then you can farm Ely and buy the scrolls from someone else. You can just reset it 10 times a day. Yeah, but it's a 100% chance to do champs. Carrier portals. Where's this at? White Coal, Yang, Azrica, and Zix Plains. That's a terrible habit. If you play DF, please don't pick up that habit that I have, where I just constantly rotate through my the clip. It's a terrible habit because every time I do that, I'm losing damage. Until you get on a green at least. That's nice. Before I quit, like a year and a half ago, they just recently reintroduced the 100% guarantee from level 1 through 6 and like 500 points. Before that, there used to be 50% chance. Yo, oh, I actually did. I read something about that in Discord. That's terrible. Yeah, they're really doing good about a lot of the quality of life things like that in the game. I think what a lot of that is about, though, honestly, is that when they introduce a lot of new systems to the game, you gotta remember that that LaTale has the in-game population is bigger than the beginner population. So, you know, they try to, and ironically enough, a lot of the major events are centered around getting beginners pushed to in-game faster. So LaTale is mostly creating, the developers are mostly creating new content for in-gamers, right? Because that's the only way to keep their most loyal players around. So when they put systems into the game like champs for the first time, they have to make sure that it's not too easy. Because, you know, the faster that an in-gamer does it, the faster they're back to not playing the game. So it makes sense why when they first drop champs, why they take that long. But they probably realize that's just way too long in general. Like 50% chance to get to +6, that's terrible. That's super terrible. And you gotta remember too, though, they're not really thinking about us when they're developing the game that much. They're thinking mostly about, like, they take some of our suggestions that take forever to get implemented. But they're thinking about their players in Korea, right? If you follow any Korean YouTubers that are pretty much in-game, they're already so far ahead of any content that gets released that every new content that gets released, the Korean in-gamers, they're pretty much already soloing it. And like we kind of have that going on too with our in-gamers here, but our in-gamers here are far fewer than they are in Korea. Like the average damage in North American LaTale is how do I put this? Like I have 500k strength, right? 13k attack. My damage would be considered, my stats would be considered over average for our server. And then there are people, but there are, you know, 1%ers or like in-gamers and whales who are way stronger than I am, but they're far fewer and you don't really see them around or hear from them that much, maybe in the Discord. But on Korean LaTale, I'm pretty sure my stats will be considered under average. Like the majority of the player base wouldn't be asking a lot of the questions that we ask, and the majority of the player base is walking around with like 600k plus, 700k plus strength. You know, like 13k plus attack. Like it's nothing to them. So my point in saying that is that when they get new content and new dungeons, they clear it so easily, it's nothing. So the Koreans developers, they have to keep putting out content that's challenging for the Korean players. White Coal Canyon. Where's that at? That's Jewel Forest dungeon. Yeah, it is so frustrating. You level 1 through 6. Yeah, I watch multiple Korean players. Yeah, man, the Korean players are so far ahead, but they also, it makes sense probably from like a marketing standpoint or something, but they get a lot of different content than we get that like helps with their gameplay. I'd say like there's some things over there that are boosting their stats that we don't have, just like in terms of buffs and events. But once again, though, you know, they have to look at our game in a way that keeps it alive. And honestly, it's easy to feed our game because most of our players don't understand the game to begin with, and then anything would help. Like anything would help most players boost their stats, and then just getting people to play in general is the hard part over here. And the latency issue is a big part of that. The fact that the game has a low resolution is a part of that. You know, the fact that the West has so many games to compete with in general, and like technology moves so fast over here is a part of that. It's just a lot of factors. And you see how I add skill points. Wow, you must be new. Welcome to LaTale. You're talking about like just skill points in general, like for any class, you press K. You just press K. It opens up the skill menu. You got your general skills, where your general attacks are, and I can't get any more skill points. I'm at the level cap for skill points. But you press this plus sign and it gives you the skill, and you just drag the skill and put it on your hotbar. And then you have passive stats, passive skills as well, and you just press the plus sign. I'm really actually kind of hoping that you're not asking about normal skill points, because if so, is the game really doing that poorly at telling players how to put their skill points in? That's crazy. Do I need to make a guide on how to do your skill points? Wow. Like LaTale needs a lot of assistance for new players. A lot of it is in the guidebook though. I'll keep saying this and keep preaching it until I make my video about it. But the guidebook has all the answers. The guidebook has all the answers you're looking for, bro. I promise you. Like skills, you know how you just asked me that question? You open up your guidebook, you go to character upgrade, you press skills, it'll tell you exactly what I just told you. Supports, it even breaks them down into different categories and gives you things to look forward to. Yeah, that guidebook is big, bro. And in LaBoom is good though, because you know it's here, so it's easy to ignore all this text and whatnot. But in LaBoom is going to be a big book sitting right here in this part of the screen. So looking forward to that. Looking forward to explaining that, and just looking forward to that being the solution to people's problems. But let me know if you have any more questions, Dave, if you're still here. Okay, yeah, LaTale's really lacking on guides or just direction. Like if every single quest you did was like you know, congrats on completing the quest, check your guidebook to see what to do next. You know what I'm saying? That'd be real cool. Or press the quest button at the bottom. It's just, it's so, I kind of respect it, because a lot of games are super handholdy these days. You know what I'm saying? So that's kind of a good thing, but at the same time, I don't feel like a lot of people have the patience to open up LaTale and be like, you know, first of all, you walk around and you see your character rubber bands with the lag, and then you know the resolution's already small, and it's already this little, you know, this niche 2D game. It's like, why would I put effort into learning these systems when I can just go play, you know, HD League of Legends that has a tutorial that talks to you. And by the way, our tutorial will be talking in LaBoom, to my knowledge. You trying to level up? You're online right now, Rain? Yeah, just go to guidebook, bro. You're level 90. But so if you want to just speed level, Rain, honestly, it's super easy. 1 through 160, super easy. You go to EXP dungeons in your guidebook, you go to Monster Tower. Super sweet. You can stay in there the whole time. Just go up each level as you progress, and you'll level up super fast. Then you get to 160, come back, hop into these 2 dungeons, and then it gets a little tricky here because you need a lot of more EXP gain. So once you hit a wall with these, like you run out of runs, you come over to quest, and then you go to like 160 through 180, and then you go to some of these areas, and then you'll progress pretty sweet. Yes, sir. It's all right there in the guidebook. I'm done, I think. And then I just gotta do my bounty hunter. So let me go to Young. Devil's Illusion and then Black Dragon, and I'm done for the night. Stream's running a little longer than usual, but I gotta finish this stuff. I've been trying to avoid like posting my streams on the channel, but the questions you guys ask, they're so like packed with information, I might as well just keep posting these. Someone might watch the streams and get information out of them. Another thing though, David, it seems like you're deciding to keep playing your mage. First of all, I don't know if you job advanced yet, but at level 50 you had a job advance option. I don't know if you did that yet, bro. I can't tell by your icon. I'm not really sure about the lower levels, but in 7 levels you have another job advance though at level 100. So you're gonna, I think it's Elementalist, but also when you hit 140. When you hit 140, go to town and press the subclass button, and you can get a subclass. Since you're playing Archmage, I would 100% recommend that you get you a subclass that's much stronger. And if you really like mages, you know, just stick with it for as long as possible. They're eventually going to buff it. There are buffs coming for sure. And just play a stronger magic class. So like I recommend for the subclasses for magic, I'd recommend either Phantom Mage, which is Archmage's original subclass. Or what's the other? It's only like 3 magics. Not Jewel Star. Jewel Star gets really strong after the Awakening update, but not right now. I'd recommend Phantom Mage or Maestro if you want to play a magic class. Phantom Mage or Maestro. Pop Star is really strong too, but I feel like it'll get boring a lot faster than playing Maestro. But Phantom Mage is like the Battle Mage. Like it actually has like a Battle Mage style play. Fights with a scythe. And then Maestro fights with music. Do you ever advertise your streams using a server mic on LaTale? Yeah, I put out the first, it was like one of the topical streams that I did. I put that one out on YouTube. That's how some of the people in the current stream got here. But I'm not too pressed about advertising to the current population. And I feel like a lot of people are just finding this naturally. Because there's not a lot of, I'm not really competing with a lot of North American LaTale creators. No one's really making content for LaTale, so if you want to play the game and you want to learn about it and you're just YouTubing stuff, I'm probably going to get recommended either way for a lot of new players. But I'm really waiting for LaBoom to really be on like the advertising tip and the whole like really pushing out informational content, because I mean it's really that time. And I'll probably clip some of this stuff now. I'm on the fence about some of this stuff though, because it's like I have this I have like this YouTube page image thing I'm trying to maintain, like making sure the page doesn't look like it's just full of spam posts. But I don't know if you guys feel like it'd be valuable if I clip parts of the stream and like just made them individual videos. If that's a valuable thing, then I need to do it. I don't really know. It really depends on what you guys think. I'll make sure I keep posting the streams, but I know a lot of people aren't capable or don't have the patience to go through a 5-hour stream or 4-hour stream and look for information. But if you guys think I should probably like clip some parts out and make them individual videos, I might need to do that. It's just that the stream quality is also lower than my recording quality. That's why I try to make my recorded videos intentional, and I'm trying to save the time of having to remake videos by recording them when LaBoom comes out opposed to recording them now. Actively, when you say actively, like people who probably play every day or at least play 3 days a week, there's probably between 100 to 150 people. And they're probably never on at the same time because a lot of the players are all around the world, because this is global LaTale. And so you won't really see them, and there are 8 channels as well, so a lot of players play in channel 8 to reduce some of the latency issues as well. So it's hard to really see them, but I can actually base that information off of when you open this section and you press search here, you can see about 100 people online. And I don't think this is channel specific. And so if you just check this on like a daily basis, you'll see different names. And also there's just new people coming into the game regularly and coming out of the game, returners coming in and out. But as you can see, I can see whole people here. I can whisper these people. I can even see how their after image works. This is a system in the game people don't even know exists. And so as you can see, I'm already looking at a good 100 people. But when we say actively though, I want to make sure I'm being specific, because I think rotating in and out of LaTale every 24 hours is probably 200 to 300 people. But I think there's an active 150 players. And I'm predicting for LaBoom that the game will probably be an active 500 players. I know that's probably a lot to go from 150 to 500. But I'm pretty confident there's going to be an active 500 players for at some point in time. I don't know how long it'll last, but likely until like the end of January or like mid-February. And I think the potential is up to like 1,000 players. Korean LaTale has like an active 2,000 players. It's not a popular game in Korea, but it does have a popular player base to the point where they have 2 servers and they have 20 channels in the first server. So 1,000 people for this game was actually a large amount of people, and it could create some server instability. But I think it's possible if the update is that good. I don't think it'll be out the gate. I think out the gate we'll probably see an active 300 to 500 players though, and that'll last for however long. Where I'll definitely start posting that information. And honestly, bro, I'm really starting to consider to like not care about the quality of what I'm posting, but care more so about what the content is. And so maybe if I post those, I should just remake them and remake the video anyway. You know what I'm saying? Like post the clips that have the information in it, and then just remake the video more officially so that I guess it can be searched in 2 types of ways. So I appreciate that feedback. This is a really cool dungeon for any of the newer players here or returners who haven't seen it. This is super cool. I remember I came back and I was like, yo, this dungeon is amazing. And the amazing part hasn't happened yet. It's coming up soon though. But I guess it's probably pretty inspiring to see, like as a newer player or a returning player, to see some of the stuff that I'm doing, because like when I first came back, I couldn't really comprehend a lot of things I was seeing on YouTube. And I know, like, from experience, getting on a fresher account and looking at some of the stuff I'm doing is like, yo, what are all these flashing lights and all these colors and all these skills and stuff? Like, your account will get to this point if you continue to play the game. And it is pretty, like, it's a lot to manage. It seems like a lot to manage, just even all the skills in my hotbar and all these buffs. But you get used to it. You get used to it over time, because it doesn't happen all at once. It all happens over time. Like every individual piece of the puzzle just gets added on top of each other to the point where you recognize it all. Like even this, I'm pretty sure a lot of you don't even have potentials on your pets, which is cool. Like a lot of this stuff is it just happens over time. But this is the really cool part about this. This is the old Belos. This is the first map of the game in the original version of the game, and they still have it in the game within a dungeon. It's pretty cool. Alright, I'm done for the day, so I'm going to chill out in town. I know a couple players had some questions in game. I just told them to join the stream. So if you have those, definitely drop them in the chat box. I'm pretty sure I can answer most new player questions. And I'm done for the day for my rotation though. Supposed to get off almost an hour ago. 30 minutes ago, I guess. Got 100k bounty points that fast? That's actually crazy. Let me check out, what am I looking for here? Let me unhide my information so I can look at how much reputation I got from that. Which one is it? System message, there it is. That bounty hunter mission gave me how much? 7,000. 40k, that's crazy. Gotta hide that though. Too many comments on the LTC. What's up, Humble Beast? Are there any special items for Windstalkers I should be gunning for? All classes in the game pretty much use all the same gear. But if you're talking about, are you talking about elite gain rate gear? You're talking about how like to gain more money? Or are you just talking about for building into the normal game? Go back to channel 1. Oh yeah, I got you added. Z. Alright, I'm done for today. I'm gonna chill out. Humble Beast, are there any special items for Windstalkers I should be gunning for? What's up, bro? Building into the normal game. So note, everything in the game is extremely linear when it comes to gear progression. The main difference between stat variation, there's really only 2 scenarios. Either A, you're a physical or a magical class, so naturally you'd build magic or physical damage. And then B, either you want to go glass cannon or you want to go balanced with HP. And so we don't have to talk about the balanced glass cannon thing right now, that's not that important. Or the physical magic. What I'm going to just tell you straight up is that you can find all your gear in the guidebook. So at the very bottom right, just press guidebook. You can see the linear leveling progression in the game, and then you go to items for your weapons. And so if you're not in the level 100s yet, don't worry about guidebook gear yet, because you have in your event tab, you have level up gear, and you'll wear that gear to level 180. But once you're at 180, you want to come into your guidebook and you want to look at, so you want to get a new weapon. You're playing Windstalker. You want to get your weapon, the next weapon that's stronger than 180 is probably around 190, 195. One of these dungeons, you'll get your Windstalker weapon from one of these. Open guidebook, go to item, find the level, press move to dungeon. For armor, the level up armor is the best armor under level 200, so you can completely ignore it. And you'll get your next armor set at level 200 in Sky Collie. By the way, Humble Beast, what level are you? That'll probably help me with some of this too. And then accessories, all the accessories are also inside the guidebook. But none of this is Windstalker exclusive. We're out of the days, like back in the day, there used to be like class armor sets, and even here you can see the class cloaks. This is obsolete. I don't even know why they're in the game, probably just to pay homage to it. Okay, you're level 200, perfect. I can give you better direction. So you're 200, right? And you're done with your level up gear. First thing you want to do is, and it's going to be a little difficult, but you can definitely do it with level up gear. You want to go to Genesis. And if I'm wrong about it being easy or not, I could be wrong. I haven't been at that level for a long time. You may want to go down to 190 and get your 190 web first from Dagos, and then work on powering that up. And then you want to get your Genesis weapon at 200, and you'll have this weapon until 205, and you'll go for your Dynasty weapon. And then we can talk about that later on. You want to go straight to Sky Coliseum to get your next armor set though, and this armor set is a really big boost in damage. You just move to the Sky Coliseum, you'll get your next armor. And then for your accessories, advanced mutant. Now I don't know if it's possible for newer players to be able to solo this right now. If you had a burning character or a burning event set of items, which will be given out next week, next Wednesday or next Thursday for the LaBoom update, they will give you gear strong at level 200 that's stronger than everything between 200 and 235. So just for all the newer players here, any gear you get out of the burning event is the strongest gear you can get between 200 to 235. You can completely ignore all the progression between those levels when you get a burning set, which is a growth set that comes with the LaBoom update next Thursday. But until then, use the guidebook to go for your armors and accessories. You probably can't solo the mutants yet if you're on a fresh account, so you want to work on filling these other accessory gaps. I gotta think a little hard about what are the replacement accessories if you can't solo these, because traditionally these are world bosses, and I can go to one right now. These are world bosses. Maybe if you join a guild, that'd be your best bet. Someone in the guild should be strong enough to take you to the world boss, and you come here and you just fight this world boss, and you know I can one-shot it, so I probably could help if I wasn't going to sleep soon. And you'll fight that, and it'll drop the mutant accessories, and that's going to be your level 200 accessory set. And then just start there. Honestly, start there. Just take that same advice and apply it across the board, right? You're looking at your gear, you're pressing U, you're looking at your gear, and you're thinking about your specials, and then you're thinking about your generals, these two tabs, and you're thinking about with these two tabs, how can I fill up all my slots? And you look at the piece of gear, whatever it is, you press guidebook, and then you just come over to item. And then in item, you just think about how you can fill that slot out for whatever level you're at. And that's probably the best advice I can give you for gear right now. Z said, do I need to enchant my level 213 weapon? How do I upgrade it? Another example of next week, they're going to give you this weapon for free, and it's going to be much stronger. But to upgrade it, you just keep running this dungeon. So you keep running Mana Stone Laboratory, and after you clear the dungeon, it'll be very similar to all the rest of the upgrading in this game. You take your weapon you got, it'll give you some mats that'll be in your event tab, something like these that look similar to these actually, and you just press item upgrade right here, and you just upgrade them. The character upgrade system upgrades is right here. It explains how the upgrades work in the game as well. Falcon said, if you link your Twitch account in the chat, I go there and subscribe with Twitch Prime. I would make a Twitch, but LaTale isn't popular enough on Twitch. I may, like, in the future, I may do like a restream where I connect all the streaming platforms together. But LaTale isn't really popular right now enough for Twitch, so I'm not really gonna get a user base. The biggest LaTale streamer in Korea, he averages like at any given time on his stream 40 to 50 viewers on YouTube, and maybe like 40 to 50 viewers on their Korean website called Adrika. But he gets 1 to 3 viewers on Twitch at any given time, and he has like 14K on YouTube, so it's not really worth it. Let's see. Okay, hopefully that answered all the questions so far. I got a couple more minutes for questions. It's 11:37. I do need to go to sleep. Yeah, it's probably not possible for those new players to solo it. I didn't see what Envoy was doing. I was so busy talking. But yeah, hopefully Beast, that answered all your questions. I see someone else just joined as well. Open the floor for a couple more seconds to answer some more questions. What's up, bro? What's new about this game? When is the last time you played the game? That's the question. When's the last time you played LaTale? That's the best way I can answer this. And I can tell you right now, Ryan, that next week, Thursday, the game's going to have a big visual overhaul and a quality of life update. It's going to update a bunch of the systems in the game that make it more convenient. Like, you won't have to use pet pet buffs anymore. The resolution will be HD, 1080p. It's a lot of features. New Ely dungeon grinding, new rotations and all. It really sucks that people like to come into streams extremely late at night, because I really can't stream this late. I gotta work. I work like night shift. But I do stream from 6 p.m. to 11 p.m. pretty much every day. I probably won't stream Sundays. So if you all, have questions or need help or assistance, definitely feel free to slide back. And I'll be making LaTale content for the next couple of months, just seeing how things are going with LaBoom and seeing how things are going with the game. 1 year ago, since 1 year ago, there's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's like 6 new dungeons since 1 year ago. New systems. I don't think there are any new systems since a year ago. But in January of next year, so literally in 2 months, there's a new system coming out called Awakening. I would argue it's probably one of the best updates to come to this game ever. In January, there's an Awakening system coming out, right? And so for those who don't know, like Legend Skills is a system in the game that's similar to Awakening, except the menu will probably take up the majority of your screen. If you ever played Path of Exile or Final Fantasy, it looks like that skill build system. And essentially, I can show you like this skill, this is just for my class, this skill, this skill, this skill, this skill, and then this skill. The 5 of those will evolve into completely new skills, and I'll have 2 options, either the option to evolve the damage and evolve the hit count, or the second option to evolve the way that it operates, so it'll be a completely new skill, which is pretty good because we don't really have space for more skills. And so that's a really big update coming to LaTale in January. It's called the Awakening update, and it's going to apply to all classes, so every single class will have an evolution, and the requirements are level 1500 Ascension, all summonables, so you have to unlock all of these, which takes, if you're not level 1500 Ascension, you gotta do that first anyway, or like 500 Ascension. This takes like a good week to do, and I believe you have to max these first 3 out, which takes like 3 weeks to do, so you might want to do that, but we have a lot of time for that, and I'm going to make a video about that, covering that content in the future. But really, just to answer Ryan's question, yeah, but Gunslinger 175, best class. Yeah, definitely best class. I feel you on that. It's for 175s, it's definitely a lot of content for you right now, bro. You could come back right now, and there's a lot to do. But next week for sure, I guarantee a better experience, and I'd recommend coming back. But I'm not seeing any more questions. I'm not seeing any more questions. It's 11:41. I'm 40 minutes over my normal stream time. Gotta work in a couple hours. The stream will be back up tomorrow at 6. I look forward to more people coming. If you have any questions or need any help, let me know. My Discord tag, I'm gonna drop it in there if people need some assistance or help. And then my guild is recruiting new and returning players as well. I'm gonna drop my Discord. Just hit me up on Discord if you want to inquire about any of that. But on that note, guys, I'm gonna call it a night. Appreciate you all for stopping by. Appreciate the support, and you can look forward to the stream in the future. Peace.